occasion of Mahashivratri, I welcome one and all to the date of the BES Expo 2023. And so let's begin with the first session of the day, Innovations in Radio, Broadcasting and Community Radio, to be chaired by C. Senthil Rajan. Mr. C. Senthil Rajan joined Indian Information Services on 17th of September 1997 and worked in various capacities in Doordarshan. He has also served as Prasar Bharati special correspondent in Dhaka. He transformed Dhaka Bureau into a full-fledged RNU by setting up systems for the internet-based FTP system to send visuals for DD News. He served as a director, DAVP, both in regional and at headquarters. He served as director in Directorate of Film Festivals and was responsible for organizing National Film Awards, International Film Festival of India. Presently working as a Joint Secretary in Ministry of INB, he is a recipient of Matoshri Award for Television News and Doordarshan Award for the Best Live Reporting. May I welcome Mr. Rajan here on the stage. On the dais, I would like to invite the session members as well. Dr. Thaminana KR, B. Sharda from SEMCA, Shri Rakesh Agarwal, Director, Swaj Digital System Solutions Private Limited, and Ms. Archana Kapoor, Director, Smart NGO, will be joining us shortly. Over to you, Mr. Rajan, for the first session.
A very warm good morning to all of you. I understand it's in winter, Delhi morning, getting people to come out and attend a seminar is very tough, but yes, since we have a job at hand, I think we have some eminent speakers today, and the session's theme today is Innovation in Radio Broadcasting and Community Radio. So basically, as you understand, just for my opening remarks, and then we will have our eminent panelists to speak. Today's panel includes some of the eminent speakers from the topics that we have decided. We have Dr. Thaminana, a community radio expert and winner of a DRM Excellence Award. We also have Mr. B. Shadraj, who is with the Commonwealth of Learning Canada as skills advisor, and he is now with SEMCA in Delhi, a very important organization which is working on community media. We also have Mr. Rakesh Agarwal, an industry expert who will be talking to us. And we will be joined by Ms. Archana Kapoor, Director of Smart NGO, working in community radio. So broadly, I think to set the agenda for this session, it's mostly focused on innovations in radio broadcasting and community radio. As far as our country is concerned, for us, community radio is a very important tool, as it is the one of the important last mile media vehicles, especially at the grassroots level. And we in the ministry are actively promoting community radio. We have a very active policy. And I think the last few years, a lot of focus has gone into supporting community radio movement in India. And that is reflected in the fact that today, thanks to the efforts of the ministry and the NGOs, we have been able to reach operational number of around 400 community radio stations, of which almost 59 radio stations have been set up in the last 1 year or so. So it's one of the highest number of community radio stations set up in the last few years and in a record year. So I think that way we have been working very actively to promote community radio. And we strongly believe that this is a very important vehicle, especially in times of like when COVID happened. A lot of them were doing programs related to COVID awareness at the grassroots level. And it is a very important tool even in disaster management and in creating awareness about social schemes. So that way, ministry has been actively promoting community radio, and we have also created as much enabling tools for NGOs and other organizations working in the sector to move forward. Some of the small initiatives that we have taken is now the licensing process itself has been simplified. It is a portalized mode. And we have a broadcast saver portal in which applicants can apply. And the process of the processing time has been drastically reduced when earlier used to take 5 to 6 months or something, but nowadays we are able to grant licenses in almost 2 to 3 months. And this reflects in the fact that in the last 1 year alone, we have been able to give more than 100 LOIs for community radio stations. And we are working on a process that we are hand-holding them as much as possible. And we are trying to see that in the next 1 year, we will be able to at least convert these 100 LOIs that have been issued into operational stations. And we also offer a lot of financial support for NGOs and other organizations which are setting up community radio. The ministry has a scheme where we are also funding them to a maximum of 10 lakhs if it is in the other non-northeastern states, and in the northeastern states there is additional funding. So apart from that, we've also working in capacity building. So we have worked in partnership with NABM, National Academy of Broadcast Management, and also IIMC in actually organizing workshops for people who are interested. And we are also identified around 25 lead community radio stations, which are engaging with community radios in the districts to help them in setting up the new stations. So a lot of things are happening as such as in community radio, and that is to give you an overview of what is happening in the ministry and also at the grassroots level. So, but without much ado, I'll now, I think I will invite the first speaker. My request is that we have to stick to a timeline, so all speakers will get around 15 minutes. So we may stick to that deadline. So to begin with, I think I will start with Dr. Tamilana. Yeah. I'll just introduce Dr. Tamilana. Dr. Tamilana has worked as an announcer, casual and freelance producer on All India Radio Visakhapatnam in Andhra Pradesh for almost 7 years, starting from 1984. He worked as a producer of UGC in Audiovisual Production and Research Center, Dr. Ambedkar Open University, Hyderabad, for 12 years. He has also worked as Deputy Director, UGC, in Audiovisual Production and Research Center, Hyderabad, Telangana, for 12 years. He has trained at FTIA Pune on video production and presentation. He has trained at SEMCA IGNOU and conducted 24 radio phone-in programs through All India Radio for Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University. So as you have seen, that he's a very avid practitioner of radio, and I think he will be able to throw light on the topic today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, all of you. Good morning, all of you. Thank you very much, sir. Now, shall I start? Okay. DRM benefits disseminated at a grassroots level. As a radio enthusiast, I have been observing the reach of radio programs through DRM digital radio. I have come to conclusion that much need to be done in this area. I continued my interest to find on the reach of the DRM digital radio. The All India Radio is broadcasting DRM digital radio transmission through 36 medium wave transmitters. Out of 36, there are 4 metro city transmitters are with pure DRM in 24/7. There are at Chennai, Mumbai, Delhi and Calcutta. Nearly 32 transmitters are broadcasting with simulcast and 1 to 2 hours duration with pure DRM mode. But people are not aware of DRM digital radio.
But I did not know that this system, this transmission, DRM digital transmission is existing. So now I came to know that through you, this DRM digital system is there and it is existing. So I definitely tune into it.
I am Venugopal, residing at Mullinagar in Visakhapatnam. I came to this Hyundai showroom while going through the vehicles and its specification. Dr. Krishna Rao met me and he has explained about the DRM quality of the radio. He has compared the radio quality with the FM and AM, and it is found that DRM quality is comparatively better than the FM and AM. Most of the showroom representatives, they doesn't know about the DRM, and he came here to canvass the facility of DRM being given in the vehicles. So the explanation given by him is convincing. And if anybody doesn't know about the DRM, please specifically ask the company representative to know about that.
और मैन ऑफ द मैच हेड मैंने शतक लगाया और 2 विकेट लिए.
I just today only I came to know about DRM. Earlier only I used to play only FM radio, but today I came to know about DRM. So I feel I'm very happy to know about this DRM. Everybody should know about this kind of services. In India there are so many lakhs of car services, so many lakhs of cars, and nobody is aware of this. Nobody is aware of it.
I conducted a sample survey of 10 car showrooms, not only at Vizag, Andhra Pradesh, but also in the country, and found all of them are not aware of availability of this DRM programs in their cars. Surprisingly, even the sales managers of car showrooms are unaware.
वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के जरिए देश के व्यापार और वाणिज्य क्षेत्र के निर्धारकों के साथ
सर ने अभी बताया था मेरे को DRM के बारे में, तो मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगा. उस पर 4 चैनल आ रहा है, तो उसमें भी अच्छा है. तो मैं अपना फ्रेंड सर्कल या कोलिग्स को भी मैं सजेस्ट करूंगा कि कार में अपना DRM यूज़ करने के लिए. तो मेरे को बढ़िया लगा है. 4 चैनल से ऑल इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल रहा है DRM से. तो अभी तक मेरे को भी आइडिया नहीं है, इतने बड़े कार खरीदा है, मगर DRM के बारे में मेरे को भी मालूम, पहले FM का मालूम था. तो आज सर ने बताया तो DRM के बारे में भी मैं सुना हूँ, तो बहुत अच्छा लगा है. तो मेरा सर्किल में भी मैं भी सजेस्ट करूँगा कि DRM सुनने में.
श्री ठाकुर ने कहा कि economic players in the market are looking at the decline of COVID.
Today I learned the very good feature of DRM. So it is have very wonderful features here. You can listen news and you can listen songs also in this. Because of this app, today I learned the good thing. So from today onwards, I used to explain this feature to every my customer. All the new cars comes with a DRM.
Today, actually I came in the Morris Garage's company for the servicing, but here I met Dr. Rao from Visakhapatnam, and he told me about the DRM. Actually I have got this car before 2 years, but I didn't know about the DRM program. And Dr. Rao explained me about the DRM, like how can we get the 3 channels from the one same frequency. And I really appreciate for it.
This eye-opener compelled me to broaden the horizon of my research. Nearly 100 car owners and car showrooms were contacted at different times and requested them to inform me about the availability of the availability or otherwise of DRM facility in their cars. All of them in one voice informed me that they are not aware of this facility. This awareness, this unawareness pushed me further to extend the study to other areas like Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh, and Jalandhar, Punjab state in India.
My name is Durga Prasad. I am working as a marine engineer. Just now only I came to know about the DRM. It is we can get 4 audios in one frequency, as like as AM and FM. But it is more. We have more clarity in this DRM. So I am very happy with this, and I will inform to my friends and my colleagues also to listen DRM.
The DRM awareness targeted groups are sales staff, customers, and students. Sales managers, assistant sales managers, relationship managers, and the customer category, there are car owners and car drivers. Students of electronics, communication engineering, in the university, colleges, National Institute of Technology, Indian Institute of Technologies, IIITs, other engineering colleges, and journalism students. The types of awareness campaigns which I have conducted: physical DRM demos and virtual demos. In physical demos, road shows and the campaigns at toll plazas, checkposts on the national highways and traffic signal areas, and car parking areas and railway stations, airports, malls and cinema halls and marketplaces. And the car showrooms and garages. Virtual DRM demos are at different places in other states. In the physical demo awareness program, the participants are from car showrooms and demo coordinator. The sales managers and all the staff of car showrooms and the demo coordinator will participate in the program, in the physical demo program. In the virtual demo, there is an interesting thing from All India Radio, from Additional Director General to Engineering Assistant, any category. They will explain what is DRM, basic information to the public, to the car owners and customers and sales staff. DDGs, many DDGs are here. They are all participated. Yogendra Pal sir participated in Hyderabad demo, and the former additional Director General, Judges are also participated in some virtual programs. I conducted the physical programs in 3 cities, Visakhapatnam, Vijayawada, Jalandhar, and the virtual programs are conducted in 25 the DRM transmission coverage cities in the respective states. The road shows are like this. This was conducted at Jalandhar for staff, the sales staff of Maruti car showroom. Maruti car showroom having two types of showrooms. One is Arena and another is Nexa. All top-end cars are available in Nexa showroom, and the other cars are available in the Arena. So all into 28 salesmen, sales executives are attended. In addition to this one-to-one research virtual interaction were also conducted with the sales managers, relationship managers, assistant sales managers and sales executives at Chennai, Tiruchi, Tamil Nadu, and Panaji, Hyderabad, Ajmer, Kolkata, etc. Altogether, nearly 100 awareness campaigns of this nature who are grounded.
I'm Sanjeev Brai from Marwa Auto Jalandhar. Earlier, I knows only FM and AM functionality in radio.
Analog radio. This is my team who participated in many this thing. I prepared all the masks for DRM.
Do you know about the DRM previously, sir? They have shown, sir.
1 or 2.
No idea, sir. Came to know just now only. I just covered what DRM is. And it was the first time for me to know this. Yes. I was knowing a little bit, but how to operate and how it can be settled in the radio?
On the basis of my experience, I would like to make the following few suggestions for the consideration of Prasar Bharati, which is the torchbearer of radio programs.
Yes, I followed your. Sir, बहुत से लोग यहाँ today they are taking the. Thank you, sir. So you know about DRM? Hello, Mr. Asad, sir.
Yeah. A need for extension of DRM to the FM bands. Need for wide publicity of DRM through medium wave and FM analog broadcasts. Need for continuous dialogue with car manufacturers which have invested a lot in DRM so far. Emergency warning functionality should be accessible to the listeners in consultation with all relevant departments. Need to provide continuous promotion with clear messages on DRM promotion and its benefits to the staff of All India Radio. Need for introducing DRM to all stations of All India Radio medium wave. Need to provide DRM facility to all FM stations. Need to conduct DRM road shows, awareness campaigns by all stations of All India Radio. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tamilana. I think you have messaged that there is an urgent need to create more awareness on DRMs is very well taken, and I think Prasar Bharati will also have to work on creating such awareness about the DRM measures that they are taking, especially with car radio operators and consumers of cars. Our next speaker is Madam Archana Kapoor. She is an activist, filmmaker, and a publisher. She is the founder of Seeking Modern Applications for Real Transformation, a non-governmental organization that works with marginalized communities in India, particularly women and children. Over the past decade, she is the founder of a national award-winning radio station, Radio Mavat. Madam Archana has stitched together a network of 400 community radios that reach out to nearly 120 crore population with a dedicated listenership of over 60 lakhs. This network of radios has turned into a force of social and behavioral change. The network undertakes large-scale national campaigns to galvanize the masses for collective action. She's been working in the areas of health and nutrition, digital rights, democratic rights, and responsibilities along with media literacy and climate change. Her organization SMART has also developed a multi-stakeholder and multi-pronged model which engages with the community through broadcasting, narrowcasting, and uses board as well as digital games for the community engagement. She has just concluded her radio festival, I think, which saw a participation of around 400 stations, if I'm right. And we also had the opportunity to reach out to all the stakeholders at that meeting from the ministry side to understand what are the issues that are still faced by community radio operators to streamline such things. Thank you, madam, and your floor is open.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone on the dais. Thank you to the conference organizers. This is my second, intervention here. I feel totally overwhelmed because I am from the, the liberal arts stream. I was always scared of maths and I was always scared of science. And I was so delighted when I passed my class 10 because my father was from the engineering background, although he ultimately joined the administrative services. But the fact of the matter is that I'm always overwhelmed by everybody here. Disappointed a bit that I'm not seeing many women here. It's a very male-dominated, patriarchal place. So I feel very grateful for having in the room 4 women, I think. So I think that is the first thing that the conference needs to address. I'm sorry. I just can't stop myself from saying this. But having said that, I would like to emphasize on what we do. I represent the 3rd tier of radio, which is community radio. But when I speak here, I speak on behalf of all the tiers, which is private, public, and community radio, because our listener doesn't distinguish between which radio we are from. I have been hearing a lot about DRM. I personally feel that yes, not only All India Radio needs to be made aware, but even the other tiers of radio need that awareness, because there's so much fear in us. We have always looked at radio as a very equitable, accessible, and no-cost platform. If DRM comes in, what will happen to our listeners in the communities, in the villages, where people do not have money, where people do not have television? I know that we keep talking about social media. I know we keep talking about digital media, but only 750 million people in this country out of the 1.4 billion people have access to internet. What about the rest of the 750 million people? Amongst these 750 million people with access to internet, how many are women? How many are young girls? I think when we talk technology, we cannot ignore a large segment of people who are women, who are young girls, who are children. When we talk about technology, we must always look at the ultimate user. We must always look at beneficiaries. We cannot forget about the social aspect of any technology. We know that there are people working on data who are pushing the digital world, but we also know that there are people who are looking at data for good, data for social, data for peace, and I think that is where I come from. I have been running a community radio station in Mewat a place known for all the wrong reasons, and a place which is going through so much of turmoil recently. But I speak on behalf of all similar communities across the country who do not have access. And that is where what we do makes a difference, because we encourage a two-track communication. We encourage the voices of those who are not heard on this platform. We encourage little children, old people who seem to have become irrelevant to come and share their wisdom. We encourage the youth to take part and become an equal stakeholder. Why are we still doing radio? If everything is digital, if everything is into a set box or something, why are we still so committed to radio? Because radio is the only medium that is your best friend. And I just heard our previous speaker talk a lot about cars and investments in cars. If you look at it, there was a recent survey which was done that in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, about 8 out of 10 people listen to the radio. Professionals are the largest number who listen to the radios. And I believe that they must be listening to it in their cars, on their way to work, in the traffic jams, in various places where, they do not have any other person as their friend. Coming back to a little bit of data, I was really delighted to read the recent economic survey, which speaks about the role played by community radio stations in targeting well-defined communities. It talks about how private radios are also increasing their reach in far-flung areas. Of course, community radios are under threat. Of course, we are going to face a lot of competition. But the sunny side here is that the more the commerce-driven stations go to the small towns, the more we stand vindicated. The more we believe that FM stations are a mass media that are satisfactorily delivering on their mandate of public service and have stood strong for its communities under all circumstances, be it the pandemic, be it disasters, be it severe weather conditions, be it policy, advocacy, social mobilization, as well as in very good times. In another survey by Toluma, a technology company that delivers real-time insights at the speed of the on-demand economy, Tier 2 and Tier 3 markets are showing some fascinating trends for the radio medium. All of you must have read about it. It was released on 23rd January. I'm moving ahead of time, like all of you are in the digital space. This survey said that close to 80% of the respondents claimed that they listened to radio. As I was saying, 8 out of 10. The listenership is high amongst working professionals when 9 out of 10 consume it. Among students, a lesser number, 66% tune to the radio as compared to housewives. So all those who are catering to the 11 to 3 band need to rethink their content. Another big revelation from the study is that 33% of radio listeners ranked FM radios as the preferred medium for daily entertainment, followed by video and music streaming apps. We who keep on tom-tomming social media really need to read this report. Another important highlight of the survey is that 7 out of 10 radio listeners tune into radio for between 30 minutes to 2 hours every day. And 6 out of 10 people consume radio at home. For me, standing here talking to the engineers is a very big privilege. But I want to, before I close, I know time is always at a premium. Before I close, I want to throw out a challenge to all of you. You have the skill. You are the creators. You are technology savvy. You are updated on the new technologies because you provide this technology to television, to radio, and even to the apps and other things that are related to audio. What is the innovation that has been done in the radio? I speak from the perspective of community radio. What is it that we have seen? Are transmitters the same? First, we had more people in the market. There were some private people who were doing some innovations. They have disappeared because the consumption was very low. We are still only about 415 radio stations, some of them still to set up their radios. What is the technology? Some people from IIT way back in 2010 had developed something called grins, which was very convenient. When we operate radios, people ask us, who's listening? When we go to advertisers, they say, oh, you're very small. You know, how can we invest? Your purchasing power is zero. But the fact of the matter is that grins used to give us that ability to record all the calls that we got. It had given us that facility that we could, you know, we could get the number on our screen. There was a system in our, what do you call that? Not UPS, the other thing, whatever. You know, there was that system where you could track, we could just put in a SIM card and we could get all the phone calls that had come. Grins has stopped investing in that. This was done by Gramvani. They are no longer making it. I have been requesting everyone from ATC to Basel to everyone, why don't you give us a replacement of this? This is a bank, a reservoir of our listeners. They give us a separate system to attach to our, you know, from where we play our audio to that computer, and they say that you can take calls from this, but the calls are not being recorded. How do we stay relevant? We need technology. We need innovation. We have innovation in engaging with communities. We know how to speak to our listeners, but we do not build technology. We do not have that capacity. And that is why I appeal to all the people in this room and on the dais, please come to community radios. The ministry is promoting community radios, then why are you not looking at the technology which can support community radios? Why are you not looking at us as an equal partner? Why are you so invested in television and in AIR only? Invest in us, because we are the voice of the people. We together bring 120 crores people, a population of 120 crores together, who have access to our stations, who can walk up to our stations and talk about their problems, who can debate with us, who can argue with us, who can put their point forward. I'm going to stop here and park this thought in your minds. Start thinking. Think with us. Together, we will make a difference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Archana Kapoor. You started with lack of women presence here, but let me assure you, I worked in Prasar Bharati for more than 20 years before I joined the ministry, and a huge part of the workforce and the engineering staff here, there are a lot of women who actually man all our newsrooms, our panels, and there is a good number of women working in Prasar Bharati. So your concern is already addressed as far as Prasar Bharati is concerned. And I'm very sure that the industries here will take a message from you about investing in community radio. Yes, we agree that community radio is playing a very critical role in the last mile connectivity, and I'm sure that we will be able to take this forward more with the support of the ministry and the industry.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have among us Secretary, Ministry of Telecommunication, Government of India, Shri K. Rajaraman. Shri K. Rajaraman, he is from the Department of Telecommunication, a Senior Administrative Service Officer of Tamil Nadu cadre, is a B.Tech in Electronics and Communications, a first-class MBA and a Master of Economics. Starting his career as a design engineer in BSCL, Tricky during his rich and varied experience as an IAS officer, he had held various administrative positions in the areas of investment promotion, foreign direct investment, public sector undertakings, industrial infrastructure, VAT administration, and many more. He was MD of Chennai Metro Railways for nearly 4 years during its early construction phase, Commissioner for Commercial Taxes in Government of Tamil Nadu, and Joint Secretary, Expenditure in Government of India in the recent past. He has also served as Additional Secretary, Investment IR and Administrator in the Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance. We welcome you, sir, and thank you so much for gracing the occasion. So can you please come up on the stage and address the gathering?
morning to all of you. So, I just came to see the exhibition. So, my friends dragged me here and wanted me to speak. So, I just thought I'll share a few things because the topic today is probably not the one I will speak about. But let me say that, first of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers for having organized this conference. It's a very important, broadcasting is very important from a information perspective for all citizens. So, as I heard one of the speakers, it's very important that that coverage of broadcasting has to be pervasive, and it should not leave any section of society, be in rural, remote, mountainous, or other terrains, untouched. So it's a very difficult issue, because obviously there is also this issue of sustainability, I think, how sustainability is, and that's why public broadcasting is here, to cover up these gaps of viability and so on and so forth. So in the Department of Telecommunications, the Ministry of Communications, we have a few things to do, I think, in relation to broadcasting. Though the MIV takes care of policy and other things, Department of DOT takes care of spectrum allocation, which is a very important part of broadcasting. The second thing is that we also work on technology, because I heard, Madam Kapoor also speak about technology. These are very important things, I think. So let me talk very briefly. I think so. Spectrum is a very important asset, I think, for any wireless-based industry. So be it communications or broadcasting or space communications or government uses like defense or transportation and so on and so forth. So spectrum is a natural resource. It's a public good. So therefore, as is stated, it has to be allocated optimally, in public interest, for the overall social welfare. I think whatever allocation is done must be social welfare enhancing. So it must be that much optimal. So it's always a challenge, because the technology is evolving, the market is evolving, the customer preference is evolving. So therefore, the allocation of spectrum also has to be that dynamic. But unfortunately, it is not, because obviously the policy making, decision making takes a lot of time. So therefore, we are all guided by global standards making in this regard. Department of Telecommunication plays a very important role in the International Telecom Union, ITU, which is in which there is a division called ITUR, which actually makes the standards for spectrum allocation. I think so. There is something called a radio regulation, about which I think my colleague yesterday, Revati, must have spoken about. So we largely follow global standards, but there are legacy issues in terms of past allocations which carry forward into our allocations as well. So therefore, we have what is known as a National Frequency Allocation Plan, which is made by the Government of India and published recently. Very recently, we published the NFAP for India. I think based on the WRC 2019. Now we are on the cusp of a World Radio Conference in 2023 in Dubai. So I think the further movements in spectrum allocation, etc., including broadcasting and for all other uses, would get discussed. So it's a very dynamic topic. It's a hotly discussed topic, and at the end of the day, I think all these allocations have to be made in a socially and economically efficient manner, socially optimal and economically efficient manner. So it's a big challenge. We will definitely be happy. We have been interacting with some of our wireless planning coordination cell has been constantly interacting with the broadcasting industry as well. So we will look forward to your inputs as well while we move forward in the policy making relating to spectrum allocation. While we say that, I think we must also take note of the challenges that lie ahead. I wouldn't call it a challenge. It is rather the overall direction of the industry as we go into the next decade or so. So a lot of convergence is happening. Yesterday, I think there was a session on convergence. So at the end of the day, what is economically efficient will find its way into the market, because obviously it's money that finally plays a very important role. Money, profits, top line, bottom line, triple bottom line, all of those play a very, very important role. So therefore, at the end of the day, those technologies will survive which actually are economically efficient. So therefore, convergence brings efficiency. I think that's no doubt about that. That's why I think a lot of work has happened on convergence, and today a lot of broadcasting happens through communication networks as the core. I think they are shifting from direct broadcasting. But while we do that, I think we are also seeing some signs of direct communication also coming back to the table in the form of direct to mobile broadcasting and so on and so forth. A lot of pilots are pilot is happening in India, and we are also supporting that company called Sankhya, I think in many ways. So therefore, technology guides us in many ways. I think we as a country need to use this technology effectively to actually ensure deliver more to using less. I think I would say that. I think if you can use that phrase. So efficiency means using more, extracting more from less. I think that is what it's all about. Because today we are talking about green telecom or greening our industries. So therefore, how do we ensure that whatever we do, whether it's broadcasting or terrestrial communication or space communication, how do you do it in a very efficient manner, both economically, both from a planet point of view in terms of sustainability, as well as in terms of social benefits. I think so. There are multiple parameters on which I think we got to optimize. So so I'm sure that the market will optimize. I think market has got a lot of wisdom, and I'm sure that optimization is already happening. So therefore, our objective would be to actually regulate whatever is happening in a manner that actually brings the maximum benefit to the society as a whole. So we are therefore in the Department of Telecom working on supporting startups and companies in actually building the next generation technologies. In fact, we have invested heavily. In fact, we have launched a 500 crore fund called Telecom Technology Development Fund, which will work on communication and broadcasting technologies for the next generation for rural, remote, mountainous and other terrains. So that I think I heard you speak about community radios. Why don't we build the community radios in India? We'll be very happy to support you in that. We have nearly about $1.5 billion or nearly about 11,000 crores put out on the production linked incentive scheme. So we will be very happy to support manufacturers. Community radio is a radio, I think. So at the end of the day, it's a wireless equipment. So we'll be happy to support the manufacture of community radios. I would request the Ministry of Broadcasting to let us know. We can add it immediately. We have already some 40 products already listed in that. We can add community radios also to the list of products. It's quite easy. So we can bring in a lot more, because obviously when you have a radio, it's not a big rocket science to build a community radio. Only thing is the power is higher and so on and so forth. Depends upon what is the use case. So we all have all these good companies in India like Sankhya, Lekha, Sukta, those are young startups, who are actually raring to go. Tejas Networks, all of them are building great radios. I think we have even Reliance Jio has started manufacturing radios. So many companies in India are making, under the Honorable Prime Minister's directions, self-reliant products that are really designed and built in India. So we'll be very happy to support the Ministry of Broadcasting in this process. So we can probably take this offline, and if you can probably interact with the broadcasting industry and come back to us. We'll add those elements also to our PLI, which is nothing much. I think we can just get our minister's orders, and if the company is interested, I think in the next call we can existing companies themselves can do it, because obviously they are manufacturing these radios to make a 100-watt radio or a 200-watt radio. I think while they are making 40-watt, there's no big science. So we'll be very happy to. I think building technology, I think is very, very important. The other day, I had Mr. Parag Naik from Sankhya, I think, who came and demonstrated his direct to mobile. I think we are working with him. I think we are also supporting him on pilots on a number of things. So there are companies like that whom we need to support. I think the chip they have built, the ATC 3.0 chip that they have built, is actually something India should be proud of. I think today it's deployed in the United States for their direct broadcasting, direct to mobile broadcasting. So I think we should have a scene in which I think this chip should be embedded in our mobile phones. I think that's what I was talking to Mr. Madhu Krishnan, who is also here. So we should actually work on that. I think if we ministries can get together, INB ministry, MeitY and DOT can get together, I think we can get this FM radio, the direct to mobile broadcasting chips onto the mobile phone chip, I think on the motherboard. Then I'm sure that this can be used, just like that. So it doesn't add much cost to but it's only a question of scale and volume. So therefore, I guess maybe we all need to work together. I think maybe if we are all agreed on what is the path that we must take on all these things, I think we will be very happy to do that. And I once again wish you all the best. I think wish the conference all the best. I only hope that greater amount of collaboration takes place between all the parties. The broadcasting society should actually work with the other stakeholders in this business. I think it's very important. The industry players, the researchers. I think in fact. I was happy to see Professor Abhay Karandikar. I think he is a very close collaborator of Department of Telecom also. He is working on a lot of technologies. Similarly, I think there are many other researchers in India who are working on these technologies. I think, and most of them, are technologies which can converge with each other. So I think we have now a new wave of innovation which is going on in this country, which must be harnessed to actually to bring down the cost. At the end of the day, if you are able to provide cost-efficient technologies, I think the market will lap up. And then the question of accessibility and inclusion will also happen automatically. So I think our direction of our growth should be to actually to bring down the cost of equipment, bring down the cost of services, bring down the cost of spectrum. I think all these things must happen at the same time. So the government is very clearly involved in all of this. We'll be happy to receive all your thoughts and comments going forward. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for actually taking time from busy schedule and gracing and sharing views with us. So I request Sri Senthil Rajanji and President BES Sunilji to kindly felicitate Sri K. Rajaraman. Thank you, sir, for coming and gracing the occasion and taking out time from busy schedule. Shri Rajan, let's resume with the session.
I would like to thank Secretary Sir for that valuable insight on the working of his ministry, and I think we should work together. Now continue with our session. Our next speaker is Dr. B. Shadraj, who is working with Commonwealth of Learning Canada as a skills advisor, where he started as a new program institute, Skill for Work, to impart employable and job-ready skills among the people of the Commonwealth in collaboration with national governments and local organizations. In his career, since 1986, he has managed information communication technology for development and skill development programs in over 40 nations around the world, and has been working for organizations such as the International Development Research Center Canada, One World International UK, Transportation International Germany, and the British Council India. I open the floor for you, Mr. Sadraj.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Senthil Kumaran, Joint Secretary. It's been a privilege to be amidst all of you to ponder a bit about how we can enhance audio broadcasting towards learning. My organization, the Commonwealth Educational Media Center for Asia, which is a part of the Commonwealth of Learning, works in 56 countries around the world. And most of these are developing economies. 48 of these are developing economies, rather 49. And these are small states. They depend on low-cost technologies to promote education, skill development for livelihood. So here we are today talking about the role of, innovative role of radio broadcasting and community radio in terms of enhancing the livelihood opportunities for people and also saving lives. And we have several examples of how radios have saved lives, and also, sadly, the experience of Rwanda, where radio was used as a means to propagate hate as well. So it's a powerful medium, as you can see. During the Green Revolution, radio rise was a prominent rise because it was promoted through the radio. When Professor M.S. Swaminathan and Norman Borlaug initiated the Green Revolution movement around the world, and in India in particular, when Professor Swaminathan was leading this process, radio became an important ally in their training and visitation program, which is the foundation of Green Revolution. And I have had the privilege of working with Professor Swaminathan for a number of years, who actually envisioned what today we see as common service centers in India. Even much before the government woke up to the possibilities of putting out these telecenters, the common services centers, today we have in 240,000 villages these centers connected to the internet, predominantly available for serving the citizens. In 2003, when we first conceptualized, there was no government there. Earlier the telecom secretary talked about convergence and also collaboration. And it's very important, and there are 5 C's we sought to be very important when it comes to meeting the needs of the grassroots, meeting the livelihood and life-related needs of the grassroots. There are 5 C's that are important, and telecommunications is very key, and wireless communication, radio communication is C, very key, because the first C, which is the connectivity, is taken care of by this technology and equipments and all these policy regulations. And he mentioned about ITR, and there needs to be a convergence between ITU-R and ITU-D. And incidentally, the former director of ITU-D is the Secretary General of ITU today, and there would be much convergence even within the International Telecommunications Union happening between ITU-R and ITU-D. And I think in the similar vein, he also spoke a little earlier about the convergence between DOT, MIT, and MIB in terms of taking the message to the masses. That's where the second C comes into play, content. And it's quite important for us to not only provide connectivity, technology, and access, and earlier my colleague Ms. Archana Kapoor mentioned about access, and access with regard to providing access to women, persons with disability, the marginalized, and those who are living in rural and remote areas, which is also a significant portion of our population. And she also quoted that the access at this point in time to the internet is about 60-65% of the population, whereas the technology that we use, radio, reaches to every nook and corner of the country. So while access is something that we need to be aware of, and who accesses technology, we also need to be mindful of the second C, which is the content. And how do we enhance content, and how do we also dispel the misinformation that could be promoted, as it was in the case of Rwanda during the genocide. There was misinformation promoted through the radio as means to actually promote hate between the societies, between brothers, between fathers and children, and so on. So this dispelling this misinformation is also key when it comes to content. And it's very, very important that we can't leave the content to the hands of RJs today. We need to actually ensure content is authentic, and content that's promoted to the communities is equally authentic. And we need to think about not only content sharing mechanism, but also a movement where people at the grassroots can access authenticated content as the backbone when it comes to programming on, say, climate change, programming on environmental issues. There was a mention about triple bottom line. So we need to deal with this content. That's the second C that Professor Swaminathan and I promoted prior to the CSC movement in this country. Connectivity, content. And the third one, which the Joint Secretary, Mr. Senthil, mentioned earlier, and the ministry is doing, but we need to do more, is the capacity building. Building capacity of the actors, intermediaries at the grassroots, to ensure that they are able to benefit, harness, and also promote the message at the masses. And it's very important that every community broadcaster, radio broadcaster is capacitated in a manner that, it's a two-way means to also need to know the pulse of the people, but also promote the national agenda, the national priorities. If the Prime Minister in COP26 had promised to the world that by 2070 our carbon footprint would be 0, I think we need to have that bhagidari between the community and the government to ensure that the community does its bit while the government does its bit in terms of promoting regulations and incentives for, say, climate change as a goal. So we need that level of community participation and collaboration, and the community broadcasters can do that, and we need capacity building. The fourth C is coordination, and that's where I feel that, earlier Ms. Kapoor mentioned about a network, and we have about 414 community radios and several FM radios, several DRMs, and the public broadcasting, but we need to bring everyone together. The coordination is extremely important in terms of how do we also share resources, share our possibilities. Earlier I worked with Tim Berners-Lee, the founder of the internet, in promoting what we call the accessible, affordable access to the internet. I worked extensively in Myanmar and Bangladesh, where we figured out how we can share the towers sharing mechanisms and the incentives provided to people in terms of maximizing their resources, which are, public resources, but in most of the cases are in the hands of the private, companies. So how do we bring public and private together in terms of sharing resources? That's where we need to see the coordination happening. And finally, the fifth C is all about care and management. How do we care? How do we reward? How do we recognize? How do we ensure that the community broadcaster in that village, in the remote village, is actually cared for? And there are quite a few initiatives that MIB and SEMCA, my own organization, in the last 20 years have come up with, right from Community Radio Facilitation Center that we instilled in Shastri Bhavan, in terms of with the goal that there should be at least 4,000 community radios in our country. We started this facilitation center, and I think we need to resurrect this facilitation center, not only for providing licenses and access, but also as a media agency to promote, governmental PR, public interest messages and others, so that we can sustain these community radio stations with incentives for promoting governmental public messages to the communities at the rural hinterlands. So we need to resurrect what we call the Community Radio Facilitation Center. The second thing that we need to also resurrect is the idea that MIB and SEMCA and One World, I used to be the director of One World that time, when Mr. Sarma, the head of Prasar Bharati, and Mr. Lali and others enabled us to put out what we call the Ek Duniya Ek Awaaz, Anek Awaaz program, which was a content sharing mechanism amongst the radio broadcasters. And 3 days ago, when I was at the radio festival, the COO of Red FM promised that all content that's promoted on Red FM can be made available to in the public domain for the broadcasters to rebroadcast. So this is a great help. So we need to really resurrect this content sharing mechanism amongst the broadcasters in this country, so that we ensure that we do not reinvent and recycle. We can recycle but not reinvent. And the last thing that I need to emphasize here is the convergence of the spectrum of technologies, from community radio to artificial intelligence and chat GPT and whatever board and others that we look into these days. And how do we actually bring convergence? How do we empower that community radio station, as in the case of tsunami, where in Pondicherry, that village, where they were connected, they were able to be alerted by somebody in Singapore that there is tsunami arriving at your doorstep. So they evacuated the entire village from this particular village in Pondicherry with MS Swaminathan Research Foundation's efforts. So this kind of convergence, where there is artificial intelligence enabling us to pull knowledge resources from all over the world on any given topic, and assimilates, synthesizes, and makes it such a meaningful content, as you saw in the chat GPT conversation, in the hands of community radio broadcasters. It's possible. Technology is pervasive, available, but we need to continue to build capacity, care, and coordinate, provide content, and create that mechanism. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. B. Shadraj. I think your message of convergence and the importance of technology working for community radio is well taken. Just to share that Ministry of INB is also working on sharing of towers. Most of Prasar Bharati is already in touch with Department of Telecom and other Power Grid Corporation, where we are trying to, already we have done some test runs, where radio transmitters are being put on power grid lines. And we are looking at sharing of infrastructure. I think a very well important point made. And as far as content sharing is concerned, Ministry is also working on a content sharing platform for community radio, which we have just initiated. It is in a germinal stage. Perhaps we will be able to take it forward next year. And also we are looking at content development for community radio. So I think these 2-3 things I think will be Ministry's thrust area in the next 1 year. And now it's time for our next speaker, Mr. Rakesh Agarwal, a design expert, entrepreneur and industrialist with SIC ISRO background, founder chairman of Comcon Group of Companies and president TDR Foundation. He has played a key role in design, supply and commissioning of world's largest digital radio network for All India Radio. He holds several national and international patents, including that of SUVRG Z mode. His patented SWRG technology provides technical basis to TDR Foundation to design of an all-new digital radio standard for universal adoption. So I now open the floor for Mr.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chairman, and all the members of the dais, as well as the learned community gathered here. Everyone has been talking about the problems we are facing today, and everyone looks for a solution. Fortunately, I am fortunate enough to present a solution to all the universal problems related to spectrum. And this, my presentation is on my creation of a new way of modulating signals by which we get rid of all the sidebands. So I represent, this project is taken up by TDR Foundation, which has been specifically created as an NGO, and with my wife and myself we have created it, and there is now a whole team of experts available with us, which includes Mr. OK Sharma as chairman of the radio group, who is former additional director general of Prasar Bharati, and Mr. Vinod Mago from IGNU, and Mr. Satyapal from former DD Prasar Bharati, as well as Mr. Ramarao Velluri, Mr. Trishpal, and others. So we all as a team are supported by Comcon Group of Companies and DCCs and so many of other resources which we could pull in. And this is basically based on my patents. I have these patents, gathered many patents on the technology, nationally, internationally, and there are many more in the offings. So the technology is 100% secure. So we have also published a book, A Disruptive Approach to Digital Broadcasting. We had presented our concept to PMO during 21, and then in 21 to Ministry INB, and through Research Department Prasar Bharati, we had demonstrated a PowerPoint presentation as well as a prototype. Now, we also took part in an international seminar of a conference of IEEE to present our case. Now, just to start with, because I am talking about is a completely opposing concept to what is known as on today, because everyone believes that spectrum is carried, existing large spectrum carries in the sideband, and I am getting rid of the sidebands, so that carrier can itself take place, and existing technology takes quite a lot of spectrum proportionate to its modulating signal. Spectrum has already become the costliest in the world and is the most resource hungry, not available easily. And new technology offers is, which is named Z mode, that is zero bandwidth modulation technique. It removes sidebands completely. So there are no sidebands required in the modulation process, generated in the modulation process, and spectrum is reduced to just a single carrier. Carrier itself can carry signals which is with the multiplex as per Nyquist theorem. So higher the carrier frequency is, more it will be able to carry the bandwidth. Lower it is, it will be proportionate on based on the Nyquist theorem criteria. Data multiplex of thousands of times, I am not talking of any small number, thousands of times of frequency can be carried easily. This technology has a third advantage, which is radiated RF power gets reduced to fraction of a percent or so based on minimum detectable signal MDS. So something about the technology. So Z-mode technique complies fully with Nyquist theorem, Shannon's theorem, Fourier transform, thermal noise calculations, and other communication principles. So we have evaluated, the team has evaluated it on all the various aspects, and we have found that yes, these all theorems will still remain valid and they will validate our technology. Based on direct generation of modulated carrier waves. You had been all August audience here has always seen a RF carrier and a modulator signal, and they are both kind of a multiplication that delivers the resulted modulated signals. But here we generate modulated carrier directly in a cycle by cycle steps. So the key change is that we don't see carrier as a whole, we see carrier in a cycle. So each cycle becomes independent of other cycle, but as you know, if we generate one cycle after another, they can become a carrier, continuous carrier, or if there is a gap, there is a gap. So this is the basic difference. Now, how we do this? Modulating signal is transposed to carrier frequency. So now, modulating signal, which is normally a low signal, say audio, video, or whatever we take, will be transposed to the carrier frequency. And the for carrier frequency, it becomes, for one cycle, it becomes static. So during the cycle, it doesn't change. This is all achieved by sampling the baseband signal. And this signal change is applied at zero crossing of the RF carrier. When there is no energy in the RF signal, we change its parameters or its vector, so that one carrier cycle is generated at one level, the second one could be generated at a different level, but not during the continuation of the carrier cycle. So this changes the whole concept of generating the sidebands. Modulating signal with huge data multiplex is sampled at carrier frequency to transpose and generate and transport and generate static amplitude values to generate one cycle carrier. Radiated RF barrier required is for same covered area is reduced to large extent, derived from MDS formula, Boltzmann formula, which is a normal standard, which for 1 Hertz it amounts to be, noise floor amounts to minus 173 point some dBs, which is a huge minus, and we are targeting to achieve those because of the carrier being totally pure. Some advantages: extraordinary large data capacity, reduced spectrum, reduced radiated power requirement. All the three together. We reduce the spectrum, we increase the capacity, and we reduce the power, radiated power requirement. Available existing facilities or infrastructure of the broadcast centers are fully usable for smooth implementation of this technology. Not like all other technologies which are being offered today for broadcasting, DRM, HD, or DAB, or any of those ones, they all depend on compression. How much compression they do is not known to the listener. It is an illusion he gets that he gets a very good digital quality. But here, because we are opening up bandwidth by thousands of times, they are working on 40 kbps to 200 kbps data. We are talking of 200 megabits of data with single carrier. just imagine how much we can do. Similarly, why I was one of the biggest implementer of the DRM technology in India, with all the bigger transmitters installed, supplied, installed by me. And why DRM is not successful? Because it is a complicated technology. Receiver is very complicated. Receiver it needs a lot of DSP power and other factors due to which it doesn't mean. Whereas in this case, with this Z-mode technology, receiver is very simple. It does not need DSP powers. So the existing receiver, in fact, for initial first phase where we are not trying to make the best use of the technology, but a gradual change with lot of data and lot of other things, existing receivers can still keep on receiving the new signal. It is compatible with that. Z-mode provides extra capacity of 100% secure communication. Because we have so much of data available, communication can be made 100% secure, and all those hacking and other things can be avoided even for commercial, techno-commercial, and other secretive information. Commercial potential of adding trillions of dollars in new business and services. Because we will have so much of data, it has a lot of potential that way. Proof of concept is available with us. Lab tests have been successfully conducted, and complete end-to-end ecosystem system development is in progress. Who will benefit from this? Z-mode technique provides unimaginable technical advantages in mass media segments like radio and TV broadcasting, telecom ecosystem, including cellular, point-to-point, and all kinds of communication systems. Improve satellite communication and space exploration, because bandwidth is being reduced to single carrier, and that reduces the noise ratio. All experts sitting here would know, higher the bandwidth, higher the noise. So if bandwidth is reduced, noise floor is reduced. If noise floor is reduced, your signal gets much more larger coverage. So you can use the same power to cover at least 100 times more area. Just imagine. So you don't need to have so many transmitters. Existing transmitters can have their range extended to cover multiple times the country. Transform broadband and Wi-Fi data delivery with lightning speed because of the data availability. Provide 100% secure communication for defense and security agencies. Because we are talking of a completely new system, which is not comprehensible with the old standards, old books. They will say that if there is no sideband, there cannot be any communication. Whereas we say we don't need sidebands for taking all the data. Provide ecosystem push for electronic manufacturing in the country. So this is because it's the indigenous technology. We are the inventors of it, and we have all the rights secured throughout the world. So we can certainly ensure that future belongs to India, not to other countries. Let us not depend on foreign technologies and systems. We will give the system which they will not be able to refuse. This is what my vision is. Now, just for all the technical people sitting here, to give a brief detail of the technology. Sampling people know is sampling empty. Empty is a modulating signal at carrier frequency, creates it into a static value. Any sample is static for the duration till the next sample comes. And next sample comes after one cycle of the carrier. So for a one cycle period, my modulating signal has become static and it has been transformed to carrier frequency. So original signal does not exist, the original signal frequency does not exist in that sample. But data is there. Equation for modulating signal empty is m sin omega m plus theta, which is on sampling, it becomes empty 0 to 360 degrees, that is one cycle representing it. M sin omega m becomes m delta, because only the amplitudes will change, which is delta, with no frequency component in it of the modulating signal. Modulated carrier equation becomes then yt is equal to a sin omega ct, into m sin omega mt gets transformed to yt is 1 cycle is equal to a sin omega c into ma. So this is purely free of sidebands. Only carrier exists. This has been mathematically proven. This has been by the Fourier transform proven, and all other theorems are providing provisions of this technology to exist. But it has been kind of hidden behind the current knowledge of the industry, and that's where we are changing. This output shows carrier is frequency free. More detailed information on this is available at www.truedigitalradio.org. That is our NGO, and all are welcome to get information, and we will be very happy to work with you. Now, for a little more details. Quickly? Sure, I will do that. Just I will take a few minutes, sir. So this waveform has been drawn very crudely to show you that for an AM signal, only the peaks of the carrier signals are detected by the detector. Rest of the signal is not used. And that's why you get these kinds of things with a poorly shown. To show you the peaks are there, I have created this drawing. But if the frequency is 100 times more, you will see a perfect sine wave. This gets converted to these ones where each cycle is getting level variations, and we can detect it in a synchronous detector by sampling the peak. So by peak sampling, you get 1 byte of data, which is much more. And it is available at every cycle. In this case, we have shown you a very robust, high-end detector, which is based on 3 cycles frame, so that anything which is not correct will be detected at the receiver. Similarly, I have shown you pure AM. That was every cycle has a AM value changed. This is a phase modulation. So the system is applied to phase modulation. It is a frequency modulation. Deliberately shown frequency to be too large, whereas in practice it will differ only by few hertz. This is your AM plus PM. So all those things you can have changing in the same method. This is PM again. So this is what the technology is, and most of the details are available at the website I have mentioned for the benefit of the community and all those things. And we are a NGO working for human improvements of the communication, because communication is future of the mankind. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rakesh Agarwalji, for giving us some insight into Z mode and TDR spectrum जो technology है आपका. And we will also now, it's time for us to wind up. I will just like to summarize with 2-3 points. One, I think almost from listening to all the panelists, you would have understood the importance of community radio. And we at the ministry are laying special emphasis on increasing the number of community radio stations in the country. But this will not be possible without the support of the industry and the community radio practitioners. I think we need to understand that everything need not be driven by profit. As far as community radio is concerned, it is not just profit driven, but there is also a mission and passion which is involved with all the community radio stations. So I think industry also needs to work in tandem with community radio operators, work out some solutions which will be more tailor-made for community radio stations to move forward on this. With this, I think we will close this. If there are any questions, we hope as a time, but we will not have much time because I think there's the next panel. There's 1 or 2 questions. We can take 2-3 questions because we have the panel.
नहीं सर, इम्पोर्टेंट है, मैं बहुत ब्रीफ होऊंगा जितना पॉसिबल होगा. सर आप हैं, आप चले जाएंगे, इसलिए आपसे भी, आपको भी एड्रेस्ड है और अर्चना जी को भी एड्रेस्ड है. तो पहले तो चलो कम्युनिटी रेडियो से स्टार्ट करते हैं. आप बहुत कीन हैं 400-500 स्टेशन लगे हैं अभी, शायद 15 साल पहले शुरू हुआ था। मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ इस देश में स्पेक्ट्रम, राकेश जी ने कहा बहुत कॉस्टली चीज़ है इस पर, अभी 500 ही रेडियो स्टेशन, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस मैंने अप्लाई किया था, इतने अब्सोल्यूट लॉज हैं, इसके अंदर ईज कहाँ से क्यों नहीं आ रहा है? इसके अंदर इतना ज़्यादा होम मिनिस्ट्री, ये आपको ट्रस्ट होना चाहिए। इसको बहुत सिंपल, आप विजुअल तो ग्लोबली ट्रांसमिट कर देते हैं यूट्यूब के अंदर, इसमें क्या डर है? एक एंटरप्रेन्योर, सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योर, कांट यू स्टार्ट कम्युनिटी रेडियो? व्हाट इज द प्रॉब्लम? इतने ज़्यादा अब्सोल्यूट लॉज है कम्युनिटी रेडियो में, देयर कैन बी 5000, मुझे रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी में 5000 रेडियो स्टेशन कम्युनिटी रेडियो लगा दूंगा 1 साल के अंदर। प्राइवेट करो इसे, ये मिनिस्ट्री की पता नहीं कौन सी थिंकिंग है, प्रसार भारती आपको इनपुट नहीं दे रखी। पूरा हिंदुस्तान का जो पोटेंशियल है ब्रॉडकास्टिंग का इतना जबरदस्त, वी कैन बी द वर्ल्ड लीडर इन ब्रॉडकास्टिंग। आपका बीबीसी कमेंट्री, आप न्यूज में रहे हैं ना, आई नो, आप प्राइवेट का तो बिल्कुल यूज नहीं करते, जैसे कि हम शेड्यूल्ड कास्ट लोग हैं, सब अपने से कर रहे हैं, न्यूज के अंदर अपने आप ही करते रहते हैं। इतना टैलेंट अवेलेबल है, ग्लोबल लीडर हम बीबीसी को मात कर सकते हैं। आप जो टेक्नोलॉजी वाले यहाँ आ रहे हैं बूथ लगा के, भाई साहब ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी है, टेक्नोलॉजी के गर्भ में कभी हिंदुस्तान कैप्चर ना हो जाए, इंडिजिनस की बात है। राकेश जी ने कहा वी हैव द टैलेंट, वी हैव द रिसोर्स, आप पूरा वर्ल्ड का लीडर बन सकते हैं। कम्युनिकेशन इज पावर, इंडिया ब्रांड, हमारे पास इतनी बढ़िया लीडरशिप है, अगर आप हमें टाइम दे। संख्या लैब ने क्या कर दिया? कोई उन्होंने पैसा लिया किसी से? हैट्स ऑफ टू संख्या लैब, कोई पैसा नहीं लिया। आप रिसर्च डिपार्टमेंट क्या कर रहे हैं? करोड़ों रुपए खर्च करें, कुछ नहीं कर रहे।
Just to ask a question, not give the speech. Thank you. Thank you.
No, I take your point, but basically we have some community radio guidelines which are very open. It is on the website of the Ministry of INB. But if there is any request and if there is any, you may kindly email it to me. My email address is available on my website. We will consider. It is not that we have enabled it as much as possible. And as everybody knows, spectrum is it is a very scarce resource and it has to be efficiently utilized. You heard the telecom secretary also. So we will do this. If you have any suggestions, you may kindly email it to me. We will look into it. If there are no questions, I think we'll wind up this session. Thank all the speakers for coming this morning and giving us their insights into the importance of community radio and how technology can help in innovations in community radio. Thank you.
Thank you everyone, the speakers. So we'll move on to the felicitation ceremony. I request Sri Senthil Rajan to kindly come forward so that you can felicitate the speakers. Dr. Thamina Anakiyar, sir, kindly come. Ms. Archana Kapoor. Shri B. Sharda. And Shri Rakesh Agrawal. May I please invite Shri Surendra Singh, Conference Chairman, to felicitate Shri Senthil Rajan. We can have a group photograph. Everybody can please come in front. So with this, we come to the end of the first session. Thank you so much, everyone, all the members of the dais. And now we move on to the next session of the day, Cybersecurity and Media, to be chaired by Mr. Vinay Godse, CEO, Data Security Council of India, NASSCOM. Shri Godse is the Chief Executive Officer of Data Security Council of India, which is not-for-profit industry body on data protection in India. It is set up by NASSCOM, committed to making a cyberspace safe, secure, and trusted by establishing best practices, standards, and initiatives in cybersecurity and privacy. To further to its objective, DSCI engages with government and their agencies, regulatories, industry sectors, industry associations, and think tanks for policy advocacy through leadership, capacity building, and outreach activity. Shri Godse has been associated with DSCI since inception, which has been over 27 years. During his 14-year tenure in DSCI, apart from leading the tech team and flagship, he has been managing the National Center of Excellence for Cybersecurity Technology and Entrepreneurship. Shri Godse has also worked with BSNL and TCS. Can I have Mr. Godse here on the stage? Other members of the session, Shri Ahmed Nadeem, Secretary General and Director, Technology and Innovation, ABU Malaysia.
Prashun sir, unmute कीजिए. Prashun sir. Okay, thank you sir.
Mr. Prasun Gupta, National Crime and Record Bureau, he'll be joining us online. And Shri Pawan Duggal, cybersecurity expert. So we can begin with the second session of the day, cybersecurity and media.
I think he's joining online, to let him be here and. Can you just check Prasun? Should we? So this Prasun is joining online, right? So is it? It's some time, not now. Now or after some time? Total 45 minutes session, right? Each of you 7 to 10 minutes, and then we'll at least have 15 minutes for discussion.
More question in answer better.
How much time for presentation? Probably about 10 minutes. So that we get some time for questions. Okay. Okay, we'll start. So, okay, thank you. We are starting the session on cybersecurity and media, so it's a privilege to be part of this expo and discussion. So we know the cybersecurity, especially in the industry and each of the industry that we have been treating with and working with. So right from we know when we talk about IT, we always talk about the sectors like BFSI, technology sectors, but now increasingly a lot of other sectors are also charting the digitization story. And media industry or broadcasting industry, we look at, increasingly it is going to IP-based industry basically. So internet technologies are influence the way the every segment of the industry is changing, and media industries especially is now, because of what is the conventional media itself is becoming more IP-led kind of media. So all of the devices are now increasingly getting internet-led, and so is the upcoming media industry, which is largely using web as a way to delivery, or mobile application is a way for delivering the content. So when we are moving to the internet technology, when we are trying to bring those assets internet, bring the content to the internet, and internet is being used to media, delivering the ecosystem or the content or any product that you have basically, then we know that cybersecurity, especially in the recent past, the kind of challenges we are seeing in cybersecurity perspective, which is not only impacting the kind of digital footprint that we have as an individual, but most of the economies and most of the sectors now increasingly being targeted by very significant voluminous attacks that we see. And these attacks are increasingly becoming more and more advanced in nature, more and more targeted in nature, and there are a lot of state and non-state actors also can be part of this attacker ecosystem basically. So millions of the way the systems that we are building and putting on internet can work in million times, can work basically in operating scenarios, can work okay, but there could be one or two scenarios which could probably create a problem for cybersecurity. And some of these vulnerabilities that exist in a system that we are building and putting on the internet could create larger, bigger chaos, and especially in the media industry, the cybersecurity could create a lot of problems, because sometimes the content that you have, or sometimes the communication line that you have could create larger public impact as well, basically. And that's why the cybersecurity for media industry is now becoming very important area for deliberation. So there are in US I had seen that there is a broadcasting association which has even devised cybersecurity guidelines for this industry basically. So now each of the industry, like the space industry we are working with port industry, we are working with oil energy industry or power industry. So for each industry now cybersecurity is coming as one of the important area to have some best practices and even some regulatory mechanism for cybersecurity as well. So here we are discussing about the media industry and cybersecurity, why that is important, what are those challenges that we look at. And for covering this topic, we have three speakers here, Mr. Ahmad Nadeem, Director, AVO Technology and Innovation. And we have Prasun Gupta, who is Deputy Director, NCRB, Minister of Home Affairs. He will be joining us online. And Dr. Pawan Duggal, Chief Evangelist and Metaverse Law and Nucleus Conference Director, and so many accolades that associated with Dr. Pawan Duggal. So what we'll do, we will first of all invite Ahmad Nadeem to probably put your view to a presentation, then Pawan sir, and then Prasun. And towards the end, I will have some questions to each of the speaker, and we will also find some time to get your questions as well for this conversation.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be back again today. Thank you for the invitation, and it's nice to be part of this esteemed panel. As Mr. Godse highlighted, the reason why we are talking about cybersecurity, especially in the media platform, is that there's been a lot of change in how we work traditionally, and especially in the last pandemic area. A lot of our operations have moved online. A lot of our content is delivered online. So one of the reasons why we are talking about cybersecurity in the context of media applications or media organizations is because of that. Some of the statistics, some of the information that are available through the industry people, for example, IBM, who have recently established one of their intelligence centers here in India, in Bangalore. They established it last year, has reported that Asia Pacific region is now the #1 in terms of cyber attacks. recorded in since 2021, that is. And 44% of media firms suffered at least one incident or breach in 2021. 167% increase in web application attacks experienced in 2021 was towards video and gaming industry. And 74% of SMBs, for example, in India, have had a cybersecurity incident in the last 12 months. This is the reality of the industry, and one might say that why should we talk about cybersecurity? For example, in the past, mostly cybersecurity issues or security issues are mostly handled by banks because of the amount of money they have, or the amount of money they have to guard, or maybe defense authorities due to the secrets they have to guard. But the question is, isn't our content our money? So why shouldn't we guard our content and put in enough security to protect those content? As highlighted by Mr. Godse, and I think everybody agrees that we are moving on to all IP infrastructures. We are more and more reliant on cloud systems for our remote operations. The content we deliver are more and more getting online, delivered online, which means we have to have connections within our systems and our infrastructure. Of course, having these facilities available, it makes it easy for our collaboration and more flexibility in the work we have. So the reality of the situation is that there is a cyber attack every 39 seconds, as reported by the industry experts. 77% of organizations do not have a cybersecurity incident response plan, and 95% of cybersecurity breaches are due to human error. This is the reality that we are faced with, but what is our perspective? That thinking that it won't happen to me or my organization, this is our perspective. But the reality is that most recently, if I can highlight, Channel 9 attack in Australia. Australia's Channel 9 was attacked in 2021, where 9 TV and their website was unable to air several shows during one weekend due to the attack. Of course, 9 owns a couple of newspapers. The newspaper sites were okay, but their TV channel and their news website was hacked, and they were not able to run their sessions. This was a ransomware attack. This is just one example. There are a number of examples. I think the last time I was here, I did highlight about the TV5 Monday attack in France. There's a very nice article in the BES review, if you can refer. Our colleague Raman Kumar has written it, where he has given a case study of the TV5 Monday case, which is from 2018, if I'm not mistaken. Similar to that, there was a content breach of HBO. One of their leading series episodes were taken from them and was available on the dark web. So what are we doing? From Asia Pacific Broadcasting Union, for example, from ABU side, what are we doing? In 2017, we set up a study project specifically on cybersecurity. This is from our technical committee. We collaborate heavily with broadcasting unions under the WBU umbrella, World Broadcasting Unions umbrella. Of course, at that time, not a lot of attacks were happening in our region, mostly in Western region. So a lot of information we got was from EBU and NEBA at that time. And EBU and NEBA had at the time already set up their own expert groups, and they have been preparing recommendations. And we've been distributing those recommendations to our members as well, and sharing threat information, actions, and recommendations. One of the biggest problems we have in the Asia Pacific region especially is that the regulations are not very tight, not very open also. The other thing is that there's very little sharing of information. For example, the attack that happened in Australia, we know very little about this information. But in the Western world, if an attack happens, it's published. The regulation says that they have to provide all the information so that everybody else will know what happened, how it happened, so that we can prepare, others can prepare themselves for a similar attack. But in our region, mostly, even in advanced countries like Australia, for example, this information is not available readily. The most we know about the Channel 9 attack is that it was related to ransomware, but what happened after that is very important also. They actually set up a government ministry specifically to handle cybersecurity issues. So this is the kind of response they have come up with for one of the attacks there. But I think from our perspective, what ABU and the technical committee is doing is mostly about education and creating awareness. Because as I said, although the reality is that cybersecurity issues or security threats and security breaches have been happening, but we all feel that we are not part of it, that we are safe. So I think education and creating awareness is the first step, which is what we are doing now. In addition to that, as I mentioned, we have published so many recommendations now. Since 2018, the first recommendation in 2018, this was actually a recommendation prepared by NEBA in North America. WBU cybersecurity recommendations for media vendor systems, software and services. One of the reasons why this came up, a revised version was again published last year in July. Both these, all of these recommendations are available from our website and also the WBU website. You can also get it from NEBA's website and EBU website also. This specific recommendation for media vendors is because most of the equipment that you buy now are connected equipment. You will probably have a network port that connects to your other devices or the internet already built onto that device. I mean, you don't have to use a computer. The device itself connects through the IP network or connects through IP network to online services. But if the vendor does not follow specific protocols and does not provide specific firmware updates regularly, then the likelihood of that device being prone to a cyber attack is very likely. So this recommendation on media vendor systems and software is very important. We'll go through, I'll highlight few of those in the next slide. The other one is WBU recommendation for core cybersecurity controls. This is a very simple recommendation which has six or seven points, how you can safeguard your network without much investment. And recently in 2020 and 2022, there were 3 recommendations that came out. One was specific to cloud services, what steps you should follow if you are getting your systems or your infrastructure connected to cloud services. And last year we had WBU recommendation on best practices to mitigate social engineering. This is a bit different from social media. Social engineering is where some hackers, like phishing for example, will send an email to you. It's like a psychological effect. Maybe you are winning something and it will give you a link to click and they will click it, right? Or sometimes what they do is, what happens if you find a pen drive in the office somewhere? Somebody left a pen drive in the office somewhere, maybe on your table. The first step is for you to take it and plug it into your computer, isn't it? Yeah? Just to see what it is. If you're not very cautious, probably that's what you will do. So normally what they do is they will have some malicious software on that. The moment you connect to your computer, it gets onto your computer. So these kind of social engineering methods are being used. So this recommendation talks about how to manage these things, how to behave or conduct yourself in a way that you follow a zero tolerance. That means you suspect everything to be malicious unless it is clear. And lastly, the cyber security recommendation on need for training and awareness. This is what we said in the past. So this is one recommendation recommending all broadcast organizations, not only in our region, but through the WBU to all broadcasting unions around the world, that there's need for training and awareness creation for all broadcasters. So as I said, let me highlight the 2 recommendations that I feel is very important. Number 1 is the one on vendor systems and software and services. This is a quite comprehensive document. There are 16 parts in it, and each of the parts are highlighted through 3 priority areas, P1, P2 and P3. The nice thing about this document is that it's freely available. You can take this document and the points that's mentioned in this document, you can copy paste it onto your tender proposals. You can take the document and you can use the document as it is. In your tender proposals where you buying equipment, just include those recommendations in there because it covers everything. That means when the tender document goes out, the proposal you receive, the vendor has to go through that and abide with those points there. About the security, about the firmware, all of these are covered in this document. It's freely available. I recommend that all of you go through it and use it, especially those involved in buying new equipment or coming out with tenders. The second one, as I said, is a very simple document, 6 or 7 points in there about core cybersecurity controls. The idea here is that do not provide, for example, administrative access to everybody. For example, a department head, just because he is a department head, does not need to have administrative access through the computer. Give only administrative access to those who actually need administrative access. Okay? Windows systems, Mac systems, even Linux systems, they have multiple level of security available, so use it. Those kind of minor issues, minimum issues are mentioned in this document. Again, this document is also available for you to download and refer. So the reality again, we believe that it's a case of, not a case of if, but a case of when. When your systems or when our organizations will actually be potential to a cyber attack. So we need to be informed, we need to be vigilant, and we need to be prepared. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmad. And so we see cybersecurity in most of the aspect is horizontal in nature, but every sector its own kind of challenges. And thanks for highlighting those standards, and especially the standard with respect to the guidelines for the video media devices, basically. So, like we work in other areas where, for example, I take a power industry as an area. So, a lot of aspects of the power industries are common in nature, but there will be some equipment they will be hiring, which will be putting on a network, and they are getting into internet ready as well. Further, the specific effort that you need to put together, basically. So it's like an operating technology of that sector, and I'm happy to say that WB already worked towards creating those guidelines, and that can be easily be used by the companies in the sector to even to the level of putting into tender as well. So quite good, commendable steps basically, and I think there are a lot of other challenges we'll discuss, and there are definitely legal dimensions, regulatory dimensions to these challenges, and I'll request Dr. Pawan Duggal to help us understand those from his oral expertise perspective.
Honorable Chairperson, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very strange world that we are living in, and logically so. We should be expecting more actions as we go forward. These actions are going to impact cybersecurity and are going to impact media. Let's take ChatGPT, the latest example, which has gone ahead and completely changed the way how cyber criminals are now going to be going ahead and targeting media organizations. So let's be prepared for this new challenge to the landscape as we go forward. Sweden, we saw recently Sweden's main public broadcaster, TV broadcaster, their broadcasts got impacted by a cyber attack. We've actually seen the media industry has become extremely vulnerable, and logically so, because this very media industry is a very fertile, low-hanging target as far as cyber criminals are concerned. No wonder social media platform, Reddit, has also been breached in a phishing attack. And this is something that you should be expecting more and more often. Ames got hacked. Ames is not media, but imagine they are also regularly sending out medical bulletins. And today, the way we define media is anybody who's able to author, broadcast, or transmit data. Every individual online has become a global author, a global transmitter, and a global broadcaster of data. No wonder there are immense number of new challenges. Let's see what happened last year in Oil India ransomware attack. Imagine if that could happen to a media organization, what will be our position? Look at the scenario all around, and you realize that cybersecurity breaches are the new flavor of the season. Everybody is getting attacked one way or the other. And the costs are going to become phenomenal. Well, we lost last year more than $6 trillion to cybercrime. Now, by the end of this year, we should be landing up losing more than $8 trillion thanks to cybercrime as we go forward. Let's quickly realize that the golden age of cybercrime has already begun. So media is not going to be left behind. It's going to be targeted in this golden age. And therefore, in this golden age, if there's one particular requirement, which is that we will have to start adopting cybersecurity as a way of life. You can no longer say that, look, cybersecurity is a government's responsibility and I am not necessarily concerned with it. Everybody will have to look at it. But legally, where are we? We are nowhere. Internationally, there's no one international cybersecurity law or a cybersecurity treaty in place. So countries are saying, I understand there's a policy vacuum, but let me not wait. Let me start coming up with my own distinctive national laws on cybersecurity. Look at the list of countries. They've all started coming up with distinctive national laws on cybersecurity, whether it's China, Russia, Vietnam, Australia, Singapore, and the like. Let's now quickly realize that cybersecurity is a central lifeline for all of us, not necessarily only in media, and therefore it has to be given requisite focus. But today, when I talk with you this morning, India does not have a dedicated cybersecurity law. The only thing that we have now is the Indian Information Technology Act 2000, which is India's mother legislation, which has gone ahead and given us an expansive definition of cybersecurity in the amendments of 2008. And the way they have defined cybersecurity is vast, huge, and humongous. It's going to be withstanding the test of time because it's been defined to mean protecting information, equipment, devices, computer resource, communication device, and information stored therein from unauthorized access, use, disclosure, disruption, modification, or destruction. So we have some provisions under the IT Act, but they are more cosmetic provisions. We had come up with the National Cybersecurity Policy 2013, but that's purely remained a paper tiger. And now the government is coming up with a new National Cybersecurity Strategy. So it's not that we don't have legal provisions on cybersecurity, we do have, except they're not adequate as we go forward. But yes, today some fundamental aspects pertaining to breaches of cybersecurity are covered under existing law. You've got some provisions under the IT Act. So when I enter into your computer system without your permission and access data, download, copy, or delete data, or diminish its value or utility, or affect it injuriously by any means, I actually commit an offense under Section 43, read with Section 466 of the IT Act. Some provisions of IT Act are also applicable for cybersecurity breaches. When you steal my identity, it's an identity theft as a cybercrime. When you are actually engaging in cheating by way of personation, it also tantamounts to breach of cybersecurity. Of course, there are some provisions, but basically I want to go forward. And I want to tell you that one way where India has shown the world how we can go forward in the issue of cybersecurity is tackling it from the root of intermediaries, service providers, network service providers. Whenever you are providing any media service, you become an intermediary, you become a network service provider. And therefore, you are now being made straddled or responsible with given various responsibility for various issues for cybersecurity. The government has, over the last 12 years, come up with various rules and regulations stipulating various parameters of cybersecurity, including the IT Rules 2011 and the IT Rules 2021. If you had any doubts that the IT Act is not constitutional, think again. The Supreme Court has already upheld the IT Act as being constitutional in the case of Shreya Singhal versus Union of India. You don't comply with the IT Act? No problem. The law says be prepared for two consequences. Number one, be prepared to go to jail for imprisonment ranging from 3 years imprisonment to lifetime imprisonment. fine ranging from 1 lakh rupees to 10 lakh rupees. And of course, you can be sued for damages by way of compensation up to 5 lakh rupees. 2021, the government came up with the IT rules, which have now come up with new stipulations on cyber security for intermediaries generally, including media intermediaries as well. In this landmark judgment of X versus Union of India by the Delhi High Court, where I was the amicus curiae, the Delhi High Court has upheld the constitutional validity of these IT rules, which have also stipulated parameters on cyber security. You don't comply, and you quickly start seeing the results. Twitter did not comply with these provisions and found 4 different FIRs being lodged against Twitter for its failure to comply. Of particular importance is that once you are now an intermediary, or if you're a media company, you are now required to inform your users by means of having in place dedicated terms and conditions, rules and regulations, and privacy policies, that they will not, your users will not host, upload, post, or transmit any information which is violative of the law, which impersonates another person, which is specifically going forward and even violating the intellectual property rights. And now, thanks to these amendments last year, we now have a grievance redressal committee which have been appointed. 3 of them have been appointed by the government as we are now going forward for providing more redress mechanisms. On cyber security, if you are a media company, please realize the law is telling you that you will now be required to take all reasonable steps to protect and preserve the cyber security of information. And the law says reasonable security practices and procedures mean ISO 27001. You don't have to be certified, but the law says please comply with its principles, with its particular focus area. Now, whenever government is going to ask you any information, you would be required to give the said information for investigative or for forensic purposes. You can't say, I'm media, I'm exempt, I will not give any information. You will have to prima facie give information. You don't give information, and that becomes an offense. And finally, if you get breached, there's a cyber security breach, then under the IT Directions 2022, you are now required to report the breach within 6 hours of coming to know about it. That means not the time when the breach took place, but the time when you come to know about the breach within 6 hours. And of course, there are some grievance redressal mechanisms that have also been stipulated for intermediaries. You don't comply with these rules and quickly realize that law has begun to start taking a strict view. Your non-compliance as a media intermediary results into 2 consequences. Number 1, you lose your statutory exemption from legal liability. Number 2, you become liable for being punished for offenses under the IT Act and rules and regulations made thereunder. And now with artificial intelligence coming in, for media, it's a dream come true. Every journalist is using ChatGPT for creating new stories, for writing new articles, without understanding that ChatGPT is now hallucinating content. It's come up with so much of inaccurate content that somewhere down the line, you can actually use ChatGPT for a variety of purposes. Cyber criminals are using ChatGPT and have already developed a new malware for breaching into your cyber security. And if you are able to do your prompt engineering in an intelligent manner, you can actually force ChatGPT to give you new ways of committing cybersecurity breaches and cybercrime. Media today is all around work from home, is all around the field, and therefore the devices in the media are all getting connected to the edge of the network. Therefore, media has to specifically focus on edge security because that's crucial for its fundamental growth. Media today cannot ignore the metaverse, which is the new avatar of the internet, which is a combination of current world internet, augmented reality, and virtual reality. And mind you, cyber security breaches have begun to start happening on the metaverse. Cyber crimes have begun to start happening. One of our clients, female avatar, got digitally raped on the metaverse, and we are now starting legal action. Media, please realize the new age is the Web 3.0 age. You cannot run away from it. Blockchain is an essential component of your strategy. But therefore, focus on the cyber security ramifications. Media, you have to quickly realize you are now playing in the hands of digital humans. It's not the Thanos of the world in Infinity Endgame that's important. It's not the avatars in Avatar film that are digital humans. Today, a lot of media organizations are creating digital humans and have to be understanding the legalities for the same. Media organizations are also creating digital twin models for the purposes of ensuring how they can plan for cybersecurity breaches. And that's a good starting point as we go forward. But I think today a lot of media organizations are holding a lot of digital assets. You're dealing, handling, and processing with digital assets, including cryptocurrencies and stuff like that. We need to be careful because it's still not legal in the country. If as a media organization you're using IoT, be prepared because IoT can be breached in terms of its cybersecurity with just a couple of clicks. And therefore, your entire information could be under potential problem. And now, with information coming into Internet of Behavior, IoT and IOB are going to be important tools in the hands of the media. You would like to know how are your users utilizing your content, what's their behavior, and how you can potentially target them with more kind of a content. If you are adopting blockchain, adopt it with care and caution because cyber security breaches have begun to start emerging on the blockchain ecosystem as well. Dealing with cryptocurrencies, handle with care. They of course crashed now, but look at the legalities in your jurisdiction. For example, India has still not granted legality to bitcoins and crypto assets. If you think you are completely immune, think again. Most of the attacks against you are going to be targeted from the darknet, where the people are anonymous, where the law enforcement agencies are not able to identify from where the sources of attacks have come from. But please understand, you're all generating fake news, you're also surrounded by fake news. COVID-19 has been not just a public health emergency, it's also been a cyber pandemic and a fake news pandemic. So please be careful of what kind of mechanisms you're going to put in place to prevent the dissemination of fake news. Because if fake news is disseminated by your organization, you're actually committing an offense under the information technology law. Please realize you are not going to be protected because every 11 seconds, one company anywhere in the world is becoming a victim of a ransomware attack. The next ransomware attack could be targeting you. And if your data are not appropriately backed up, you're going to be hugely in problem. Please understand that comply with these various rules and regulations. For example, in India, the new IT directions are specifically of relevance to you. You say, well, so many directions come and go, why should I comply? Think again. You don't comply, you actually commit an offense under the IT Act, punishable with 1 year's imprisonment and fine. Who all is covered? Everybody who's an intermediary, everybody who's a data center, a government organization, a network service provider, and a body corporate. So, as media, you get covered everywhere, hands down. And therefore, you have no choices but to comply. But the question in your mind, what do I need to report to police, to the law enforcement, to the government agency? What kinds? Because so many cybersecurity breaches are happening. Government says, no, just look at 15 kinds of cybersecurity breaches that you report to me. Targeted scanning and probing of networks and systems, compromise of critical systems, unauthorized access of IT systems, defacements of websites, malicious code attacks, attacks on servers such as mail, database, and DNS, identity theft, spoofing, denial of service, distributed denial of service, attacks on critical information infrastructure, SCADA attacks, attacks on electronic governance, electronic commerce, data breach, data leak, attacks on IoT, attacks on digital payments, malicious mobile apps, fake mobile apps, attacks on unauthorized access to social media accounts, attacks on cloud computing, then attacks on big data, blockchain, virtual assets, and of course attacks on artificial intelligence and machine learning. Anything of that happens in your organization, please comply, please report. You don't report and you realize a Damocles sword is going to be coming in. And therefore, ultimately, we have to focus the need back on capacity building. We need to make more and more focus on enhancing the capacities of the stakeholders. The government has come up with 1930, which is the National Cybercrime Helpline in this direction, and that could be a good starting point for you. Everybody requires training. I've been done training at IC, International Court of Justice, to the judges, to the law enforcement agencies and the like. And finally, we have created a platform called cyberlawuniversity.com, where about 37 courses are being offered on cybersecurity, cyber law, cybercrime, IoT, blockchain, and IoT. And when these courses tend to get done by about 28,500 professionals from 174 countries, speaking 53 national languages, the figures are telling us we will have to concentrate far more on capacity building. Please, ultimately, I'll conclude by saying, you realize that you don't have a dedicated media law on cybersecurity, but the Information Technology Act in India will continue to be your guiding milestone. Please understand, you will have to ensure compliance. Don't think nobody's looking around. Don't try to fudge records, because when you do that, you engage in electronic forgery. And please ensure that you're jumping into fire. When you're a media, you don't know what kind of a content is going to get generated by users on your platforms. Please wear a good fire suit. Please exercise due diligence while you actually go ahead and discharge your obligations as an intermediary under the information technology. And finally, let's not just give lip service to cybersecurity. Let's start living cybersecurity as a way of life, as a culture, as we go forward. All in all, this is a fantastic time. A lot of challenges, but also a lot of opportunities. Let's look at the positive ways of opportunities and try to see that we protect our cybersecurity, that our data can be appropriately protected, and our digital present and digital future be appropriately safeguarded in the coming times. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Dr. Pawan Duggal, for walking us through all those nuances and so many different kind of regulations which are sitting on all the organizations basically which are trying to build solutions and technology using leveraging the internet, and walking us through all the nuances as well. So the roles, different roles that has been now been discussed, the kind of new regulation that has been brought together, including the CERT, the intermediate guidelines. So we have some time left for any questions, because I would like to take the questions from the audience. So we have two speakers here, please. Yeah. I have not heard about it, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. See, my name is Anurag Agarwal. I'm one of the speakers in the next session related to broadcasting and blockchain. So I had a question for Mr. Duggal. You mentioned about cybersecurity attacks in blockchain, right? Since I've been working in this space for the last 6 years, blockchain is a distributed network, right? It doesn't run only on one computer. It has hundreds of nodes running all over the world. So I really want to understand, when you say that a blockchain can be hacked, what do you exactly mean?
Well, first and foremost, we have to appreciate that there's nothing known as absolute security. So if you're thinking that blockchain is the absolute security because it's replicated across the world, it's not exactly the correct thing, because now cyber criminals have started doing cyber attacks on the blockchain. Now, if I'm able to go ahead and make changes on the blockchain and that get replicated across the world, even if they are not authentic, they could ultimately start having an impact upon the veracity, on the correctness of information. Logically, the way blockchain has been architecturally structured, it should logically not be amenable to any kind of cybercrime or cybersecurity breaches. But let's now realize, try going to the ChatGPT, try asking them the ways by prompt engineering, and they're going to tell you, look, these are the ways you can go ahead and tamper with records. So ultimately, why is this happening? Because cyber criminals have realized that we are in a data economy age. So if I can go ahead and tamper with your data or intrinsically impact its value or utility, it could help me serve my variety of purposes. So in case if you are thinking that blockchain is the world's most secure ecosystem, then I will slightly beg to disagree, because now there's emerging kind of intelligence evolving, literature evolving, of how these cyber criminals are now specifically targeting the cyber security of blockchain. The architecture makes it more difficult, but doesn't make it impossible. I can share with you offline with some of the cases that have currently happened, but it's still not yet come in the central mainstream of existence. So people think, well, go to blockchain, it's completely secured.
Just
I think
to
it's
add, I think may not be, I think security-wise, I will agree what you are saying, because that has most robust way of managing security is decentralized. Yeah. But at the same time, it can be misused as well, right? So all the regulation that you are seeing now in the blockchain domain is largely to roll up a blockchain ecosystem, the crypto projects that you have. So regulations are targeting on avoiding the misuse of that basically. May not be necessarily, because if any attack happens basically, so the frauds which are happening with the blockchain ecosystem, the kind of misuse that could happen basically, right?
Frauds and misuse is one thing, getting hacked is another. So I would really like to know any of the examples which you had come across where a blockchain has been hacked.
Yeah,
because to be honest, I haven't come across.
Yeah, but I think the both side arguments are right, because blockchain ecosystem do provide robust way of managing security, and because of the way security is managed, the more decentralized way. At the same time, yes, there are some issues and problems with security, but largely the regulatory, I'm largely looking at the regulation perspective, is focused mostly on a governing that much better compared to what it is being done now basically actually.
Security is not absolute.
No, see, these are mother statements. Security is not absolute, it is a mother statement, but we have to be very specific in terms of when we are discussing it here.
Or is the deterrent to that? So that people
yeah, so, but we have Mr. Prasunji from NCRB, who probably take care of all the cyber security criminal cases that do get registered. He have better understanding, better view. So Prasun, request your comments briefly please, and so that we can again go one round of discussion basically.
Sir, I have a question. If you want
can we request our third speaker to give his comment, and then we'll come back to you, please. Yeah.
I think, yeah, thank you, Vinayakji. I think the major issue is, of course, the cyber crime and its reporting, and also its investigation.
Yeah.
So, of course, there are different type of cyber crimes which are actually being generated and which are being committed, and we of course have a lot of challenge in actually addressing them. So India is not new to the cyber criminals, and there are different type of cyber crimes which we are facing every day. Crime on cyber crimes on media is also not new. So we have to be very, very careful. The media houses have to be very, very careful about how to actually handle those cyber crimes, as well as how to report them and how to actually come out of those cyber crime incidents. So policing is one part, while the another thing is the proper investigation, and also a proper judgment needs to be taken against that cyber criminal. So if you allow me, I just wanted to put up a few points regarding this cyber security posture for the media. As you know that we have a lot of OTT platforms which have come down, and there have been incidents where the names of the subscribers, their credit card details, as well as the passwords have been actually gone out and being actually shared across the different platforms. So that creates a lot of challenge, not only financially but also the content wise. We actually, as police and also a technical organization, follow a lot of protocols to actually avoid this kind of situation in our domain. Like we do regular audits of our IT system. We propose to have a CISO for each organization. I think the media industry should have a CISO for themselves, as well as they should have a proper plan how to actually address these DDoS attacks, network pilferages, and also the internal challenges, the loss of the content, which is very, very common in the media houses. Another thing is that we actually should have like fire drills. We should have a drill, and how we, if there is a cyber incident, how we can come up really quickly. There is also a need to actually collaborate and share ideas with other similar like-minded organizations and people, so that we know, one of our speakers talked about the good practices, but we should also be knowing that if there is a challenge to one organization, definitely that challenge will come to the another one, because they are almost of the same nature. There is a possibility of downtime of operations, where actually I had, before coming to police, I was a head of a TV channel also. So I know what are the challenges in the media industry with regards to the technical domain. The people who are working there, they need to be continuously updated. And the the payload of the media, which is the content, I think that has to be preserved very, very strongly.
Yeah.
There is one, I will just take up 1 minute more. There is another aspect to the role of media related to cyber security, which is another 180-degree view, which is they should actually contribute in increasing the awareness through regular fillers or regular advertisements on their platform, in which they should cover the major cyber crimes. Also, if there is a possibility, if they can do a series of cyber crimes and how they were investigated, if that can be disseminated over their platforms, I think that will be a good contribution from them. There is also a possibility where they should tell about people what about the punishments associated with the cyber crimes. I think that will actually reach most of the people, and it will be a good deterrent for people to actually address those, actually get involved in those cyber crimes. And there is a need to actually do a survey or a games or engaging activities as they do. Many of these media houses do. I think that can be a possibility. And I will take one more minute that if there is a possibility, take up some educational campaign in school and colleges, and also if possible, there are educational channels, books, and which can take up some cyber security courses. I think there can be a twofold strategy and contribution by media in the cyber security.
Yeah, and the last point, Prasanji, what you talk about, the power of media can be used to make people aware about cyber security and educate people. That's certainly a contribution that media industry can do to cyber security. One is definitely you prepare yourself for cyber security, but you also, everybody is leveraging and preparing and also contribute back to cyber security. So that's a definitely very good idea and very good message that you are leaving it here. So I can come to that question. So can you, who was there? Yeah, please. Yeah.
Sir, every person in the world want to be secure. So I suggest that security may come from 2 points. One is by designing itself. You have designed a system in such a way that system itself is secure. If you want to make it unsecure, it will not be unsecure. It will rectify itself, otherwise it will not allow it itself. And second thing is awareness. Awareness should be developed from the beginning. When small kids like primary school, candidates, students, medium school, they are using pen drive, they are using internet, laptop, etc. So they should be educated about cyber security. Awareness should come from primary school itself.
Yeah.
Maybe little bit in medium and high school and intermediate, it may be intensified.
Both the point you mentioned are right, and the first point you talk about that design should be secure, and what Mr. Ahmad talked about.
I am adding, sir. Designing should come like IETF. Internet Authority should design the internet itself. Another is web hosting, website.
Yeah, so that's what Mr. Ahmad talked about, right? He talked about the same thing. Can you just help us understand, is the adoption of those guidelines in terms of designing and how people are adopting those guidelines?
Yeah, as I said, these documents, instructions are available. There are some organizations who are using it. We are not aware that if from the region we have any organizations, but from our collaborators like EBU and NEBA, many of the organizations are using these instructions within their tender documents, for example. For example, if you have a piece of equipment that and the vendor is not providing updates to the firmware, then the likely chance of that equipment being hacked is very likely, because the technology or the process that was involved in it when at the development stage would have been compromised. So that's the reason why these points become very relevant. And I think collectively all of us agree that there's a huge need for creating awareness and education at different levels. regardless whether it's starting from a primary school level or established organizations who have their own, for example, firewall systems in place. But if the people working there are not aware of the potential threats and how these threats can come.
Yeah, but what he is, there's a technical standard like IETF or what WBU is trying to do. So that will definitely improve the way the systems are designed and procured and deployed as well. So I think those steps have already been started happening in the media industry. That's definitely a good thing. So yeah, in the interest of time, probably we would need to conclude this because we are already running short of the time, probably overshot the time basically for this session. Mr. Prasoon, Mr. Ahmad, Mr. Dr. Pawan Duggal, thank for joining us and helping us understand the cybersecurity and media industry. Please join me to give a big hand to all of these three speakers joining us today. And hope we'll carry this discussion within this industry again and again so that overall cybersecurity posture of the media industry also improves and also your contribution to cybersecurity also improves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Prasanna Gupta, for joining us online. With this, we come into this session. I request Shri Gotse to kindly come forward for the felicitation ceremony. Shri Ahmed Nadeem. And Shri Pawan Duggal. May I call upon Mr. M. Tyagarajan, Additional Director General Prasar Bharati, to kindly felicitate Shri Vinay Gotse. Thank you so much to all the speakers. With this, we come to the end of this session. We'll wait for a small tea break, and the tea is served in this room itself, and we'll resume in next 15 minutes for the next session, Content Regulation, Digital Age. Thank you.
हमारे साथ आज हैं A.K. दीक्षित जी, जो फॉर्मर ENC दूरदर्शन हैं, ये BES के प्रेसिडेंट भी रह चुके हैं। आइए इनसे पूछते हैं कि इनका सफ़र कैसा रहा।
देखिए, जहाँ तक BES के साथ मेरे सफ़र का, तो मैंने ये देखा है कि ये जो BES से हम लोगों ने जो समय समय पर हमारी जो कॉन्फ्रेंसेस होती हैं और एग्जीबिशंस लगते हैं, इनसे हम लोग अपडेट रहते हैं इंफॉर्मेशन के लिए कि हमारी क्या टेक्नोलॉजी आ रही हैं, हमें अपने डिपार्टमेंट्स में और ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में क्या क्या चीज़ इनको इनकॉर्पोरेट करना चाहिए। तो काफ़ी हमारा शिक्षाप्रद होता है और समय समय पर हम लोग इसमें अपने आप को नॉलेज वाइज और इक्विपमेंट वाइज अपने आप को अपडेट करते रहते हैं। ये बहुत ही अच्छा हमारे लिए एक्सपीरियंस होता है और ये हमारे अपने डे टू डे काम जो भी हमने डिपार्टमेंट में अपना ऑल इंडिया रेडियो दूरदर्शन में किया, उसमें इसका बहुत ही हमारे को फ़ायदा हुआ है। और आगे जो भी बाहर से हमारे पास जो एक्सपर्ट आते हैं, टॉकर्स आते हैं, जो उनसे हम जब इंटरेक्ट करते हैं तो हमारे कई जो डाउट्स वगैरह होते हैं वो सब हमारे क्लियर होते हैं। इस तरीके से मेरा तो अपना पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस बहुत अच्छा रहा।
आज मेरे साथ हैं श्री अशोक भटनागर जी, जो हमारे फॉर्मर ENC रह चुके हैं। आइए उनसे सुनते हैं कि उनका सफ़र कैसा रहा और उनका सहयोग BES में कैसा रहा। सर,
धन्यवाद, आपने मुझे ये अपॉर्चुनिटी दी इस बारे में कि मैं कुछ ब्रॉडकास्ट इंजीनियरिंग सोसाइटी और जो मेरा संवाद और व्यवहार रहा है इन लोगों के साथ में, मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि ये जो संस्था है ब्रॉडकास्ट इंजीनियरिंग सोसाइटी, ये एक बहुत ही यूनिक संस्था है जिसने हमारे पूरे भारतवर्ष में, और न केवल भारतवर्ष में बल्कि देश विदेश से यहाँ पर बहुत सारे विजिटर्स आते हैं, और जो कॉन्फ्रेंस होती है और जो एग्जीबिशंस होती है उसमें भी हमारे देश विदेश से एग्जीबिटर्स आते हैं, और कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी बहुत सारे जो एक्सपर्ट्स हैं विदेशों के वो भी आते हैं। तो मेरा तो बहुत शुरू से ही संबंध रहा, क्योंकि मैं पहले डायरेक्टर भी था ऑल इंडिया रेडियो में, फिर दूरदर्शन में चीफ इंजीनियर R&D रहा, फिर इंजीनियर इन चीफ दूरदर्शन से मैं रिटायर हुआ। तो बहुत ही अच्छा सफ़र रहा यहाँ पर, और इतना इन्होंने चेंज देखा है। और मैं ये कहूँगा कि ब्रॉडकास्ट इंजीनियरिंग सोसाइटी के माध्यम से हमारे देश में जो टेक्नोलॉजी है वो आई है, क्योंकि आपको पता हैगा कि इतना पैसा नहीं होता प्रसार भारती के पास में या ऑल इंडिया रेडियो दूरदर्शन के पास में कि वो अपने इंजीनियर्स को ट्रेनिंग पर भेज सकें, बाहर नॉलेज के लिए भेज सकें। वो बहुत लिमिटेड रह पाता है क्योंकि हमारी स्थिति ऐसी नहीं है। लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी ये जो ब्रॉडकास्ट इंजीनियरिंग सोसाइटी जो एग्जीबिशन कॉन्फ्रेंस करती है, उसी से हमारे जो इंजीनियर्स हैं उन्होंने सब कुछ सीखा है, देखा है, और उस हिसाब से जो लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी है उसको हम लोगों ने आयात किया, उसको हम लोगों ने देश विदेश से किया, यहाँ पर भी हम लोगों ने जनरेशन किया उसका। और ब्रॉडकास्ट इंजीनियरिंग सोसाइटी जो है बहुत ही एक डेमोक्रेटिक संस्था है, जिसमें कि डिफरेंट जो हमारे लोग हैं वो बदलते रहते हैं और अवसर मिलता है हम सब लोगों को। और BES ने देखा, पहले एनालॉग टेलीविज़न होता था, उसके बाद में डिजिटल टेलीविज़न आया, और फिर हाई डेफिनेशन टेलीविज़न आया, और अब देखिए नेक्स्ट जनरेशन टीवी आ रहा है जिसमें हमको अल्ट्रा हाई डेफिनेशन टीवी मिलेगा देखने को। और इसके अलावा हमको जो है डिजिटल जो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन ऑडियो है उसका भी हम लोग ला पाएंगे। तो वो एक खाली पब्लिक सर्विस ब्रॉडकास्टर जो कि प्रसार भारती है, उसके अलावा भी हमारे देश में बहुत सारी प्राइवेट चैनल्स हैं, टीवी चैनल्स हैं, उन लोगों को भी एक ये माध्यम होता है, उनके डेलीगेट्स आते हैं, उनके साथ में हम लोगों का संवाद होता है, और इस सब के माध्यम से बहुत ही सभी के लिए ये बहुत ही फ्रूटफुल होता है। धन्यवाद।
हमारे साथ हैं श्री मयंक अग्रवाल जी जो DG दूरदर्शन है, इसके अलावा वो प्रिंसिपल DG DD न्यूज़ भी हैं। आइए उनसे साझा करते हैं कि उनका BS का सफ़र कैसा रहा है।
ये बहुत ही अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म है और अपने आप में एक अनूठा प्लेटफॉर्म है, जिसमें कि ब्रॉडकास्ट इंडस्ट्री के जो डिफरेंट फील्ड के लोग हैं, इंक्लूडिंग टेक्नोलॉजी है, कंटेंट है, वो सब लोग एक जगह पर आते हैं। तो पहले तो मैं ये कहूँगा ये 2 साल बाद हो रहा है ये BES जो है, और सब लोगों में इतना एंथुसियाज़म है यहाँ पर, और जो नए लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी वाले इक्विपमेंट हैं वो यहाँ पर एग्जीबिशन में देखिए, एक्सपर्ट से इंटरेक्ट कीजिए। और यहाँ पर जो है बहुत सारे सेशंस हुए हैं जो कि टेक्नोलॉजी पर, कंटेंट पे, OTT, जो भी नई आपके वीडियो डिसमिनेशन और इवन रेडियो के बारे में भी जो है बहुत सारे सेशंस यहाँ पर हुए हैं। तो इट इज़ समथिंग लाइक आई वुड से इट इज़ अ कुंभ of broadcast industry.
We have Mr. R.R. Prasad, former ENC Doordarshan with us. He is former president of BES Society also. Let's hear from him about his experiences of the society so far. Sir.
Thank you. Actually, speaking honestly, I had been with BES or had been associated with BES since its very inception. Of course, it was. Okay. Shall I repeat it? Okay. To tell frankly, I had been associated with BES since its inception. Okay. And rather, BES was born when I was very much involved with its activity. And over the years, I think 27 years have passed. It has evolved like international platform or forum for that
broadcast engineering personnel, be it equipment manufacturer, be it service provider, or be it content provider. And every year the theme whatsoever is chosen for the conference is really relevant, and that provides an impetus for growth to this sector. I wish all success to this conference and exhibition of the BES. Thank you very much.
हमारे साथ हैं श्री WB प्रसाद जी, ये GM बेसिल है, ये फॉर्मर डायरेक्टर दूरदर्शन भी रह चुके हैं। आइए इनसे पूछते हैं कि इनका सफ़र BES के साथ कैसा रहा।
थैंक यू। बेसिल का जो सफ़र है BES के साथ वो बहुत पुराना है। सिंस 1995 जब बेसिल बना था, उस इस्टेब्लिश हुआ था, उसके बाद से ही बेसिल जो है सपोर्ट करता रहा है BES को, और लास्ट फ्यू इयर्स में बेसिल ने स्पॉन्सर भी किया है, और साथ में मिलकर के जो स्पेस सेलिंग है या फिर जो मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं, सिस्टम इंटीग्रेटर्स हैं जो हमारे साथ एसोसिएटेड हैं, उनको भी BES में एसोसिएट किया है ताकि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा फुटफॉल्स हो सके, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग जो आ रहे हों यहाँ पे इस एक्सपो में, उनको एक्सपोजर मिल सके टेक्नोलॉजी का। इस साल का जो फुटफॉल है वो अगर कंपेयर करते हैं प्रीवियस 2020 के फुटफॉल से तो काफ़ी अच्छा है। वो आफ्टर 2 इयर्स ऑफ पैंडमिक ये अनएक्सपेक्टेड था कि इतना अच्छा एक फुटफॉल होगा। इवन जो यहाँ पे जिन्होंने स्टॉल्स लगाए हैं काफ़ी एंथू के साथ लगाया है इस साल, और कुछ नई चीज़ें भी हमें देखने को मिल रही हैं इन स्टॉलों में, जो कि एग्जिबिटर्स ने इस बार इवन जो इश्यूज़ रहे हैं पैंडमिक के बाद का, उसको ओवरकम करते हुए बाहर से इंपोर्ट करके चीज़ों को यहाँ डिस्प्ले के लिए लगाया है। बेसिल एक बहुत बड़ी कंसल्टेंसी कंपनी है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की, जो ब्रॉडकास्टिंग के अलावा भी बहुत सारे एरियाज़ में काम करती हैं, जिसमें टेक्नोलॉजी एक पार्ट होता है। और ये BES जो एक्सपो है, इसके साथ जुड़ने से बेसिल का भी अपने आप में एक तरह का एक्सपोजर रहता है। जो हमारे स्टाफ हैं, जो हमारे इंजीनियर्स हैं, या हमारे साथ में जो कंसल्टेंट्स लगे हुए हैं, उनके साथ उनके लिए एक बहुत अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म मिलता है, जो इस प्लेटफॉर्म का यूज़ करके डिफरेंट वेरियस OEMs के साथ, डिफरेंट जो है सिस्टम इंटीग्रेटर के साथ, या उनके जो कंसल्टेंट्स हैं, जो बाहर से आए हुए स्पीकर्स हैं, डेलीगेट्स हैं, उनके साथ में एक इंटरेक्शन का बहुत अच्छा सा एक प्लेटफॉर्म मिल जाता है। आई विश BES वेरी ग्रोथ एवरी ईयर। इस साल तो परफॉर्मेंस बहुत अच्छा दिख रहा है मुझे, बट आई होप कि नेक्स्ट फ्यू इयर्स में भी BES जो है और अच्छा परफॉर्म करेगा। थैंक यू।
साथ आज हैं AK दीक्षित जी, जो फॉर्मर ENC दूरदर्शन हैं, ये BES के प्रेसिडेंट भी रह चुके हैं। आइए इनसे पूछते हैं कि इनका सफ़र कैसा रहा।
देखिए, जहाँ तक BES के साथ मेरे सफ़र का, तो मैंने ये देखा है कि ये जो BES से हम लोगों ने जो समय समय पर हमारी जो कॉन्फ्रेंसेस होती हैं और एग्जीबिशंस लगते हैं, इनसे हम लोग अपडेट रहते हैं इंफॉर्मेशन के लिए कि हमारी क्या टेक्नोलॉजी आ रही हैं, हमें अपने डिपार्टमेंट्स में और ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में क्या क्या चीज़ इनको इनकॉर्पोरेट करना चाहिए। तो काफ़ी हमारा का शिक्षाप्रद होता है, और समय समय पर हम लोग इसमें अपने आप को नॉलेज वाइज और इक्विपमेंट वाइज अपने आप को अपडेट करते रहते हैं। ये बहुत ही अच्छा हमारे लिए एक्सपीरियंस होता है, और ये हमारे अपने डे टू डे काम जो भी हमने डिपार्टमेंट में अपना ऑल इंडिया रेडियो दूरदर्शन में किया, उसमें इसका बहुत ही हमारे को फ़ायदा हुआ है। और आगे जो भी बाहर से हमारे पास जो एक्सपर्ट आते हैं, टॉकर्स आते हैं, जो उनसे हम जब इंटरेक्ट करते हैं तो हमारे कई जो डाउट्स वगैरह होते हैं वो सब हमारे क्लियर होते हैं। इस तरीके से मेरा तो अपना पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस बहुत अच्छा रहा।
मेरे साथ हैं श्री अशोक भटनागर जी, जो हमारे फॉर्मर ENC रह चुके हैं। आइए उनसे सुनते हैं कि उनका सफ़र कैसा रहा और उनका सहयोग बीएस में कैसा रहा। सर
धन्यवाद, आपने मुझे ये अपॉर्चुनिटी दी इस बारे में कि मैं कुछ ब्रॉडकास्ट इंजीनियरिंग सोसाइटी और जो मेरा संवाद और व्यवहार रहा है इन लोगों के साथ में, मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि ये जो संस्था है ब्रॉडकास्ट इंजीनियरिंग सोसाइटी, ये एक बहुत ही यूनिक संस्था है जिसने हमारे पूरे भारतवर्ष में, और न केवल भारतवर्ष में बल्कि देश विदेश से यहाँ पर बहुत सारे विजिटर्स आते हैं, और जो कॉन्फ्रेंस होती है और जो एग्जीबिशंस होती है उसमें भी हमारे देश विदेश से एग्जीबिटर्स आते हैं, और कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी बहुत सारे जो एक्सपर्ट्स हैं विदेशों के वो भी आते हैं। तो मेरा तो बहुत शुरू से ही संबंध रहा, क्योंकि मैं पहले डायरेक्टर भी था ऑल इंडिया रेडियो में, फिर दूरदर्शन में चीफ इंजीनियर R&D रहा, फिर इंजीनियर इन चीफ दूरदर्शन से मैं रिटायर हुआ। तो बहुत ही अच्छा सफ़र रहा यहाँ पर, और इतना इन्होंने चेंज देखा है। और मैं ये कहूँगा कि ब्रॉडकास्ट इंजीनियरिंग सोसाइटी के माध्यम से हमारे देश में जो टेक्नोलॉजी है वो आई है, क्योंकि आपको पता हैगा कि इतना पैसा नहीं होता प्रसार भारती के पास में या ऑल इंडिया रेडियो दूरदर्शन के पास में कि वो अपने इंजीनियर्स को ट्रेनिंग पर भेज सकें, बाहर नॉलेज के लिए भेज सकें। वो बहुत लिमिटेड रह पाता है क्योंकि हमारी स्थिति ऐसी नहीं है। लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी ये जो ब्रॉडकास्ट इंजीनियरिंग सोसाइटी जो एग्जीबिशन कॉन्फ्रेंस करती है, उसी से हमारे जो इंजीनियर्स हैं उन्होंने सब कुछ सीखा है, देखा है, और उस हिसाब से जो लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी है उसको हम लोगों ने आयात किया, उसको हम लोगों ने देश विदेश से किया, यहाँ पर भी हम लोगों ने जनरेशन किया उसका। और ब्रॉडकास्ट इंजीनियरिंग सोसाइटी जो है बहुत ही एक डेमोक्रेटिक संस्था है, जिसमें कि डिफरेंट जो हमारे लोग हैं वो बदलते रहते हैं और अवसर मिलता है हम सब लोगों को। और BES ने देखा, पहले एनालॉग टेलीविज़न होता था, उसके बाद में डिजिटल टेलीविज़न आया, और फिर हाई डेफिनेशन टेलीविज़न आया, और अब देखिए नेक्स्ट जनरेशन टीवी आ रहा है जिसमें हमको अल्ट्रा हाई डेफिनेशन टीवी मिलेगा देखने को। और इसके अलावा हमको जो है डिजिटल जो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन ऑडियो है।
Kindly be seated so that we can proceed with next session. So the next session is on content regulation in digital age. It's a panel discussion. May I please call upon Shri Vikram Sahai, Joint Secretary, Ministry of INB, Government of India, to chair the session. He belongs to 1992 batch of Indian Revenue Services. He is Mastered in Economics from Delhi School of Economics and MBA in Public Services from University of Birmingham, UK. Shri Vikram Sahai has held several positions while working in Income Tax Department and has dealt with important policy of tax administrations as Deputy Secretary, Director in the Central Board of Direct Taxes. Shri Sahai worked as a Director in the Ministry of Human Resource Development, wherein he had an opportunity to handle important policy matters relating to the right of education Act and teachers' education. He has also worked briefly with the University Grants Commission, and since May 2018, Shri Vikram Sahai has been working as Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Government of India, wherein he is handling the policy matters relating to print media, information sector, broadcasting content and digital media content, including OTT platforms and digital new publishers. May I please call upon Vikram Sahai on the stage. All of you are requested to kindly be seated. And those rustle of the cutlery can be done little later. Bhaiya, so let's begin with this session. I would like to call upon the session members as well. Shri Ahmed Nadeem, can we have you again on the stage? He's Secretary General, Director. We have heard him in the last session as well. Shri Kumar Rakesh, Editorial Chairman, Global Governance News Group. May I have Shri Kumar Rakesh here on the stage, please? And Shri Subramanya Bhattacharya, CEO and MD, COD TTE Advisory Limited. So let's begin with the session.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this session on regulation of digital content. First of all, let me thank the organizers for having conducted this very beautiful expo. We are beating after a gap of a few years because of COVID, and it's really heartening to see so many people around. For the last few days, they have been here. And also for having thought of me to be a part of this conference. Well, I was going through the biodata of two of my very distinguished panelists, and when I go through the type of work which they have done, well, it's truly remarkable, and I feel very distinguished and honored and privileged to be a part of this session. Mr. Ahmed Nadeem, well, he has been kept quite busy. He was there in the earlier session also. But he's a person with wide years of experience, 30 years of experience as a director of the ABU Technology and Innovation. And Mr. Subramanya Bhattacharya, CEO and MD of Kodot, again, a person with wide experience on cybercrime and technology policy issues, also been on UN panels. So I'm very sure that the audience here would be quite enriched by their thoughts on the issues which confront us in today's digital age. Well, I'll just say a few words before I pass on the speaking to my colleagues on the dais. Well, I think over the last 10 years, internationally, we have been able to absorb the implication of the digital world. Maybe 10 years back, we were just thinking about it, but now it is something which has bloomed, not only in our country, internationally. And there's a certain uniqueness about the digital world, which we are now trying to grapple with, trying to understand, trying to take advantage of, and also the challenges of regulation, which comes along with this. First is, of course, it's a global reach. It's no longer bounded in physical boundaries of a country or a region or a territory. So whatever we write on the internet, it is available globally. That is the first important thing, a big challenge. And it has its own pluses and minuses. Second is the interactivity. When both print, if you see the traditional channels, print, television, they are linear. It is one way. A printer, a publisher prints a newspaper, I read it, I consume it. Similarly, a TV channel, it comes from a producer, I'm a consumer, I consume it, watch the TV channel, I internalize it. But this allows, the digital world allows interactivity. That I can like, I can tweet, I can dislike, I can write my own comments. So that interaction is a big issue and a big technological jump where people converge and come together cutting across boundaries and territories. The next challenge is, of course, is the permanence of digital content. I mean, something which is there on YouTube, it remains there unless it is removed. As against television or print, you read it, you keep it aside, you keep it aside. You watch a series, or watch a television film or a serial, you've consumed it there. It doesn't come again unless it is repeated. But what comes on digital, it remains there. So that permanence is an important feature and has its own challenges. The other important thing, and that has led to the democratization of digital content, is that there are no costs involved. I mean, if somebody is a news publisher, he has to have printing presses, he has to buy newsprint, he has to engage editors, he has to engage a lot of people, distribution channels, and then only he's able to actually do his business as a print media. Similarly, for a television channel, he has to take permissions, he has to set up his studios. I welcome Mr. Rakesh Kumar, a seasoned journalist, and we'll be benefited by his experience as well. On digital, you hardly incur any cost becoming a producer or somebody who can put content on the digital map. So that makes it democratic, but that also has its challenges in terms of security, in terms of the nature of the content. Next point is the rapid dissemination. It is disseminated as soon as it is there on the internet. There is no time gap. So that rapid dissemination, something going viral, we all know about, especially fake news going viral. That is the technology on digital age which is making it possible for it to get disseminated instantaneously. And as a result of this, what has happened? We have the producers and the consumers. Producer traditionally is the print media, the TV channels. They are the producers, we are the consumers. But as far as digital is concerned, we have become what you call as prosumer. We are the producers and the consumer. So that makes it, so now we have billions and billions of producers and consumers at the digital age, which is not possible, which was not possible when you had a traditional. So these are certain things which I thought we must flag the uniqueness of the digital age, and therefore the challenges of regulation. So anyway, before I speak too much on the regulation part, I would let me now request our panelists to speak upon the issue, and then we can open the house for discussion, and I can add in a few things. Yeah, Mr. Ahmed Nadeem.
Thank you so much. It's good to talk about this topic at the back of the last session, which is on cyber security. I think for us in the region, especially from the abuse perspective, there are issues related to content privacy and content protection, which are very, very difficult to manage, mainly because of the diversity of the region and diversity of the members that we have. We have, for example, within our fraternity, members like NHK from Japan, KBS Korea, who have very good laws, very good regulations about content privacy, content protection, copyright laws. It becomes very difficult, for example, when they want to share a content with our members. They are very happy to share some of the content, but at the same time, they want reassurance from our members that this content will be kept private, will be protected. But the difficulty is, for example, when we share their content or content of any organization with the rest of our members, we have about 140 plus full members, broadcasters, national broadcasters, state broadcasters. If they are not able to provide that kind of reassurance to NHK or to sign a copyright agreement with them, saying that, okay, this content will be protected, it's very difficult for them to let it go. And it's not that the member is not able to do it, it's because that the country does not have a good regulation in place. Even if they have a law, for example, maybe for most of you from the presentation from Mr. Dugal, then only I came to know that there are laws here about content regulation and security and cyber security. But before that, I didn't know. Probably most of us didn't know those kind of things. Without knowing, maybe we have at some point, collectively, I'm talking about including myself, maybe we have committed a crime by doing it. So that difficulty is there. So it comes to regulation issue, it comes to the enforcement issue, also it comes to the lack of resources within our broadcaster members. Because some of them, yes, we talk about cyber, we talk about content protection, content piracy, but they don't have a legal counsel in office, for example, to address these issues, to guide them, or the producers or whoever is responsible for disseminating that content. There's no guidance. There's nobody in-house, for example, to provide the guidance. And when this happens, the likely chance is that they have to turn to a third party. For that, they require a lot of money. So it's multiple factors that affect the issue we have. Of course, there are now likely chance of implementing technologies to help. For example, one of our members, TVB Hong Kong, They have come up with the AI technology that they have put in place on all the platforms that they use to disseminate their content, including the digital platforms, where they monitor to see whether the content that they have, this includes sometimes some kind of digital watermarking and things like that, where they can automatically monitor whether that content is being disseminated or used by any other party. YouTube, for example, has that capability. For example, if you use prepare content with some background music or some other content taken from the internet, and you play it on YouTube, after some time there's a likely chance that content will be blocked automatically. It's not that somebody is sitting and watching YouTube, no, it's automatic. There's AI technology, some algorithm that's looking at these footprints, watermarks or something like that, to identify, okay, this content is registered by somebody else and it cannot be used. So they will block this content. So these kind of technologies and possibilities are there. It's just that most of our members, number one, is not aware of this. So the issue of educating and awareness come into place. And then they don't have the resources to manage this kind of scenario. So those are the few points that I have at the moment. We'll see, we'll discuss later.
Thank you so much, Ahmed, Mr. Ahmed. Thank you very much. I mean, with your wide experience internationally, I'm sure you can add a lot of value in trying to understand, even for India, as to what are the laws which are there in other countries, such as Singapore, Malaysia, Australia, Japan, etc., and the Western world. We have Mr. Subramanian Bhattacharya. So could we have your comments and your initial thoughts? Yeah, please.
Chair of this panel, Mr. Vikram Sahai, Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. The Secretary General Designate of the ABU, a veteran journalist, Mr. Kumar Rakesh. Ladies and gentlemen, indeed it's a very relevant and pertinent topic in which we are sitting today. More than 25 years back, me and Mr. Pawan Duggal, who spoke in the last sessions, over all these 2.5 decades, we have been looking at this sector where we didn't dissect cybersecurity or content regulations or almost we had a very universal digital space. But look at the evolution in the last couple of decades, the march of technology, the impact on society, the role of laws, ethics, and finally the real need for regulations. As a free nation with a very vibrant constitution where freedom of speech is the essence, this country's journey over all these 2.5 years, decades, around content regulation, be it any space, and I'll be very specific in some time, has been exemplary, and possibly that has helped the growth of the sector as technology came and as technology was imbibed. So even if you look at the Ministry of Information Broadcasting, or for that matter the Ministry of Electronics and IT, the functions that define their roles around the larger space of the whole digital space, the whole, you can say the word media, whether it's the print, electronic or social. There are today very clear roles defined. If you look at the intermediary guidelines rules of February 2021, now till then the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting was looking at the regulations of whether it's the print media, whether it's the electronic media, and now since February 2021, even the content in the social media, the OTT, that's under their mandate. So the first question, and most of us are working in this space in whichever capacity, technology or even the, governance or management of it. The first question many of us would ask each one of ourselves or even collectively is there a need for regulation? Or what is the extent to which we need regulations? Can we draw a balance? And does that balance change too fast, or is there a mechanism in which we know how we can be trying to keep that balance intact so the societal interest, freedom of speech, constitutional values, governance requirements, law enforcement requirements all find its own sweet spot. So the Supreme Court in the Prajwala versus Union of India judgment has made it very clear that content regulation is required. Now it possibly has solved a lot of problems. I don't say problems, it has given a kind of a direction and possibly made a lot of sections understand that yes, content regulation is required, be it any platform. The IT Act of 2000, subsequently the amended Act of 2008, the number of incidents, cases over that whole period of time, and since the passage of that act, amended Act in 2008, working from 2009 onwards till date, when we are now talking about a Digital India Act, what has been the nature and what has been the standards around content regulation? As I said at the beginning, fairly, it has been very good. We have been guided very well by the Article 19 of the Constitution of India and the exclusions that, doesn't make our freedom of speech absolute. Say, friendly relation with foreign countries, maintaining public order, all of those aspects have been really respected in all of the lawmaking that has happened. By and large, I think Pawanji will also agree with me that if we observe it from a large holistic point of view, we have remained within that ambit. Now, as social media has grown, as content production, content distribution over any platform, the technology around that has evolved and made possible many things that have impact in a much shorter time span and all. I think the need for regulations and observance of those contents become very, very important. A large country like India cannot, leave that whole space to the whims and fancies of individuals who are producing content and getting platforms to upload it. And then depending upon the platforms, by and large, the American platforms who would cite, North American law or a Californian law to delay responses to even law enforcement requests or judicial requests, hence creating certain, law and order issue or a public disorder. I think all of that over all these years have made us understand that we need regulations. Now, even around that regulation space, if you see, the focus on due diligence has again had its primacy all through that period of time that the Information Technology Act has been working. If you look at the current scenario, and particularly even when the February 2021 intermediate guidelines regulations were brought in, there were a lot of criticisms about, is it seeking too much? Is it trying to throttle speech? Is it trying to, force the platforms towards greater responsibility? So by and large, you'd have all kind and shades of opinion. Some of them, become a propaganda also to challenge the intent of the impending regulations. But if you see the regulations that have been brought on the strength and I would say premise of due diligence, I think we as a nation and India as a country has really done well, because if you see the subsequent efforts at regulation, whether it's from the European side, that the European Parliament enacted the Act, the Digital Services Act in October 2022, or in a few other geographies, particularly Australia, or the thinking that is there right now in the US about how they need to look at their acts. I think the effort or the need to make the platforms conform to due diligence, I think we have been one of the pioneers in that. We have shown that that is the requirement, and most of all the efforts globally that is happening is around that direction. It's not that we are forced upon them, it is what they have also observed over all these years, assuming for a moment that they have a far much more mature content space than what we have. But by and large, if you see that whole premise on due diligence by the platform providers, that's becoming important, and that's where I think regulations are required. Regulations trying to draw a balance are required. Regulations trying to encapsulate almost all kinds of situations that a content or the set of content available provides. I think that's very, very necessary, and we have taken the call, particularly the government here has taken the call at the right time. Now, even if you look at how do you monitor or block content and all the steps laid out, even after the Information Technology Act's amendment in 2008 and then the subsequent guidelines issued in 2009 as well as in 2011, all of them have made it very clear that it's a very stringent process. It is not whims and fancies of one particular officer or some particular minister that he wants a certain content blocked and next moment it is blocked. There is a process. There is a process even when emergency blocking of content happens, about how do you validate such a process, or how do you handle such a blocking of such content. So I think as far as content regulation is concerned over platforms, regulations are required. Regulations have to evolve. Regulations have to follow the stringent tenets of the Constitution. I think Article 19, that freedom of speech, that guarantees us freedom of speech, the exclusion to it has been a yardstick. It has to remain. It is remaining. And as we all evolve ourselves as digital citizens, trying to build up our own cyber hygiene in whether how do you get into different networks, how do you deal with content yourself, how do you disseminate content that you get, in all of that, till a certain sense of more, I would say, proliferate scenario happens where most of us are far much more cyber hygiene oriented individuals as citizens and all. I think the regulations what we have right now in place are quite good enough, can stand the pace of time, the pace of technology for some time, unless something massive disruption happens. And the intent and the effort, I again reiterate, will have to be to remain with regulations, but keep the regulations as balanced as possible. So this should be the original remarks that I want to make. Please feel free to put questions whenever it is taken or allowed by the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Subimal. I think he has in a very cogent manner tried to understand and try to impress upon the need for regulation, the extent why regulation may be required, and how the Indian statute under the Information Technology Act 2000 and the individual guidelines have in a way tried to balance the responsibility of the platform vis-a-vis the free speech rights of the citizen. So thank you so much. And now we go to the other end of the spectrum, Mr. Rakesh Kumar. Let me welcome him.
Kumar Rakesh.
Kumar Rakesh. Oh, good. So, he's the editorial chairman of the Global Governance News Group, and again a wide experience in the field of journalism. He's worked in various newspapers and the TV channels. So, over to you, sir.
Yeah, just from here or just?
Up to you, sir.
Next chair allowed.
It's your choice, sir.
Oh, thank you. As it's
freedom of speech and expression.
I'm not.
And your posture.
Freedom of this chair.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to all, and thanks to Chair Vikram Sahaji and our co-panelists Vimalji and Nadeemji and all esteemed, I think all are the panelists here, I think so. Those who are participating in this conference. So I'll say first, sorry to some late. So my apology to the Chair and all. Being just late. So my Kumar Rakesh, I'm 34 years in media, work for all the print, I think radio, TV, internet, and now we can say the digital word, new word has been coined for us. Work for the Hindi, English and all, now working for the 3 TV channels for UK, USA and Canada, and as well as the Global Governance News Group bilingual, and Samagra Bharat is Hindi and others also. So I just try to, whatever our past speaker, Mr. Subimal says, balancing the fact. So I'll just go from that line, okay, how we have to balance, how we should balance. Apart from that, balancing for the content is possible or not. If I have seen, I work for all the groups, Times of India, Hindustan Times, Indian Express, Bhaskar, so I have seen the both way, from reporter to editors and VP content, and I also seen the work for the Fox News and CNN also. And I have been part of so many media organizations of the country and other parts, so just try to learn every day myself. As Pawan Dugal is here, I think I have read many things, and many times he has been working on the legal aspect. But I will see how the Bharat is just going to be more than any country in the world in the digital way. We are so stronger in so many ways. As far as law is concerned, we have to think more now. We have not the stringent law, whatever we have to be. There is so many cases recently, and just try to define the law, but as just 2000 Act, IT Act is not actually adequate for just to balance each and everything, as I understand. So I'll just talk to you on that manner, how does the legal way, one aspect is legal way. So if you, new regulation is like that, so if you see the, according to rules, so there is challenges for the OTT. OTT is governed by the so many acts in our country. So how will govern the OTT challenge for us? Whatever censor board is doing, that for the film, how further regulate the news, that is already in 2020, the 2 laws is come, 28, 20B, and allocation of the business rules 1961. So I think after that, we see the cable network and entertainment 2005 is also there. So, excuse me, just put off the phone, sir, please. I'm so sorry, just I'll hold the phone. I've already just off, but it is not, I don't know how it's happened. Thank you, sir. So, this is actually challenging with the social media is going to be the great challenge for us as far as the news. As a news person, I'll share with my thoughts with the regulation. While the regulation factor and law factor, Vikramji is here. He has done so many works just to regulate the content and has been doing how the digitalize, now digitalize. So but there is matter of concern, there is still no media council in our country. If I remember 2003 when Ravi Shankar Prasad was INB minister, with the delegation of IFJ, International Federation of Journalists and NUJ, we met in delegation. I already requested, please form the media council. This is going away how the TV was behaving that time. That time, the many self-regulatory organizations already formed, NBA, IBF, and so many things. But how the content regulated or not? Self-regulation is different part. If you see the Australia, if you see the Britain, if you see the USA, there is no worry because their law is so strict and as well as self-regulation. But if we are talking for the regulation, just recently we have seen, we have already read many YouTube channels have been banned who are just trying to propagate the anti-India, anti-Bharat propaganda. Recently, how just we have to think on that as a nationalist, how the Hindenburg tribe, a small organization, is just propagating their anti-India thoughts in our country. Because you are expert and technocrat here, you know how to just, you can also, whatever I came to know from the expert, if the expert think, they can just regulate the SEO, search engine optimization. How they will regulate, and this is also how you can, YouTube is not a part of the Bharat. I think if you think Meta and Facebook is not a part of Bharat, there are, I think 6 years back, I have just came to know that more than 1 lakh server was working that time. Now I think last 5 years, more servers have been added. So as far as the content part, and whatever content should be there, that should be balanced, that should be the control, as the Constitution of Bharat allowed our freedom of expression and freedom of speech. But how? In what extent? Either you go for the anti-India, and Bharat Toro, Tukre gang, should you promote? I think anybody in this hall will not promote the breaking India, whatever they are trying to be. So that regulation must be with the saying that national interest first, and then the reader interest also, but we can't, I think, allow to OTT like whatever they are doing now. Whatever OTT and Netflix is doing in Britain, I have just came to know one. Australia is different one, USA is different one, European Union also. In 2018, United Nations also made a committee for the content regulation, for the content governance. But what we have done, or what we have been doing, we have to think on that for the more strict law, just to control this, either we apply or imply or not. This is a different issue, but we have some such mechanism to balance the way with content, either news content and feature content, with nationalistic approach. That my input. And whatever government is doing, government should look into that and also appeal from this stage also, as Vikramji is a part of INB. So one Media Council of India should be formed. Just to one body, just to think and regulate all. Press Council of India is no meaning now, as I think. As the TVs, there are so many bodies, all are self-proclaimed. How they will do, we like a journalist, we can just support you for the balancing the way, for the actual freedom of speech and media and writing, and just show the content what we ever want to see. I have traveled more than 65, 70 countries. I have seen the media of different countries. And I can tell you on that basis, our media is so free than any countries. Whatever say the freedom of speech. Other than, if you name the country, I can give you how they have the controlled. Except some groups are there, there's different system or there different orientation. So my concern is just content regulation in digital is an important one. That should be regulated too, but regulated what extent, that should be made accordingly as per our constitution, as per our existing law of IPC, CRPC, whatever. 3, we have to balance the way just to define the content on the only one line, as I think, on the nationalistic approach, that should not be give freedom at any extent, as I think. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, Kumar Rakesh ji, for a very, very passionate address on the issues, and they are very, very serious and important issues before our country and before all the people of the country. And you could watch him, I don't know whether you noticed, even while he was speaking, he had a pen in his hand. He's a real consummate journalist, so I really admire that trait of his. Before we open the session for question answers, just like to let me share with you, because they talked about the regulation which has come in the country in February 2021 and the work which I've been doing, because I was part of the entire process. So you see, when sometime 2019 and 20, these were the difficult times for us. Difficult times because in the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, we were getting hundreds and hundreds of grievance petitions, complaints from people across the spectrum, from elected representatives, from ministers, from chief ministers, from writers, from common citizens. And there was a huge number of petitions in Supreme Court and High Court, asking as to why is the government silent and the government not doing enough or not doing anything for trying to regulate the content on the digital platform, especially OTT and the digital news publishers. That was a challenge, and we had no answer. And the Information and Broadcasting Ministry, our hands were tied because the allocation of business rules did not allow us to regulate digital content. So the first thing was have the mandate to do it. So in November of 2020, the allocation of business rules were amended to enable the Ministry of INB to look at matters relating to content on digital media. The logic being that if a content is unlawful offline, it should also be unlawful online. So since INB was looking at content on traditional media platforms, it was given the mandate, look at the content on the digital media platforms. That is how we embarked upon preparing this regulation. And when we were preparing the regulation, we had no legacy experience. There was no legacy experience in this country. Then we looked at what was happening in other countries. And then you surf to the internet, you do a lot of research. I myself have bundles of papers trying to understand what was happening in Europe, what was happening in Australia, what was happening in Singapore, what was happening in Korea, what was happening in UK. Because we did not want to be the first to do it. Should we be the first to do it? Or should we learn from what other countries are doing it? And then we learned a lot from Singapore. We learned a lot from Australia as to what they are doing in terms of managing content on the digital platforms. And the challenge was OTT. You had Netflix and Hotstar and Amazon, and a lot of Indian OTT platforms emerged. Now today we have 60 OTT platforms in this country. And the big challenge was there are films and web series coming on OTT platforms, which we talked as online curated content providers. We had no understanding of the laws. We had no understanding of how to control it. And there was a huge demand. And I can tell you, this demand was from a large number of people, not from the minority, a small section. That the way films are pre-certified before they go to the cinema theaters, all films and web series which are coming to the OTT platform should be pre-certified. There was a huge demand for it. There was another section which was saying, no, there's a privacy issue. You cannot equate a theatrical exhibition of film with a film or a web series which is on an OTT platform, because in an OTT platform, it is a one-on-one relation between the producer and the consumer. There's a privacy issue. You watch it on your laptop, you watch it on your mobile, you watch it in your confines of your room. You are pulling content. You want to watch horror, you will see something horror. You want to watch romance, you will watch something romance. You want to watch something docu, you want to watch historical drama, you are pulling content. Television pushes content. That is taken as given. Over a 24 hours, these are the things which will come across the day. There is a push technology, there is a pull technology. That is a public exhibition, this is a one-on-one exhibition. So we grappled in the ministry that no, and decided that there cannot be pre-certification. We'll kill the sector. And nowhere in the world there is pre-certification. And we should not be the first to do pre-certification, but we need to have a sense of discipline. There were some OTT platforms which had the titles which were unmentionable in a platform like this, in a public forum like this. And you could just Google and go into the platform and see the most vulgar and obscene content. Even a child of 6 years old could see that. So that was the other concern. If you do not pre-certify, how do you ensure that such content is not available to children, your own children? And then we did the balancing. And we brought this 3-tier grievance redressal mechanism. We brought a concept of self-certification. You self-certify within a code of ethics which we have defined. And the code of ethics are broad contours. Do not offend the law. That was the broad contour. Nothing which is anti-national, against the sovereignty integrity of the country. And that is how we built it. And with all of you, I can tell you, I mean, I don't know how many would be aware, when we brought the regulations on OTT, the happiest were the OTT platforms. The reason being, before this regulation came into being, all the OTT platforms, several of them, they were fighting cases, there were FIRs lodged against them. There were criminal proceedings going against them. Because there were no civic mechanism to redress the grievances. So if there's a complaint, it was before the police. And they were absolutely fearful. Should I make content or should I defend myself in the police station and the courts? This became a civic mechanism of a 3-tier grievance redressal, where there is an avenue for a grievance to be redressed outside the criminal proceedings. Plus, you also get a sense of the broad contours in which you make your content. And if you talk to any OTT platform, they say that's the best thing which would have happened to us. We have the creative freedom, but there's a certain sense of responsibility, and now there is a civic mechanism. Still there are grievances, but the grievances are being addressed at the first level or the second level, the self-regulating body, because the concept of co-regulation was very, very important as a matter of principle. We did not want the government to be looking at everything. It has to be co-regulatory structure, where government is only at the last tier, at the last resort, because people feel that government should be there somewhere. Government cannot abdicate its responsibility of taking care of the citizens' grievances. So government has to be somewhere. So we put the government at the 3rd tier, as a residual tier. And this 3-tier structure, I must share with you, it is now being appreciated internationally. Bangladesh has already almost adopted the same 3-tier mechanism, the code of ethics, which we have in our country. And several countries, I was speaking with the Motion Picture Association in Singapore and others, they talk about this system, that how we need to balance the role of the government, the discipline, rights of the citizens, and the sense of responsibility of the OTT platforms, as much for the digital news publishers. So, well, blocking and all, I will not get into that. We do that for reasons of national interest, but that is few and far between. So just a background about how we have gone about it, so that people of you, all of you are working in a government or semi-government sector, trying to appreciate the challenges when we in the government try to embark upon a policy as difficult as digital sector for regulation. Thank you. Now let us open it for questions. You could introduce yourself so that we know who you are.
My name is Anurag Agrawal. I'm one of the speakers in the next session related to blockchain and broadcasting. I do understand about regulations, and I'm all for certain kind of regulations. But don't you think having these regulations stifles the creativity of the content creators? I wouldn't go into the things like nationalism, what was mentioned by Rakesh ji, because nationalism is, that is a subjective thing. But because of this, content creators, they need to depend on broadcasters. And as we all know, broadcasters are mostly driven by advertising dollars. So just wanted to get your thoughts on it, that how do we also make sure that that creativity of content creators still happens and is there?
See, please let us understand one thing. The fact that we have a digital platform and OTTs has led to the democratization of the content producers. Till 10 years back, you will not imagine several of the youngsters, they could be actors, they could be directors, they could be script writers, musicians. They never even thought that they could be on a platform. Their names would never be there. Today, if you see series like Jamtara or such series, they are people who were never known. They are excelling. The beauty of OTT is that it has enabled a big creative chunk of this society to come up and express themselves and get known, not only in India, internationally. So the creativity, as far as the creative spirit is there, it is being enhanced, it is being encouraged. However, like he was talking about the freedom of speech, there has to be certain limitations. Even for print media, there are limitations. We have the norms of journalistic conduct by the Press Council. So the print media keeps itself in the contours of the norms of journalistic conduct. Similarly, television channels, while they have the freedom of speech and expression, they have to within the contours of the program code under the Cable Television Network Act. So there has been, the producers of content have got used to the fact that there are certain disciplines and responsibility. That is important from the perspective of citizens, because citizens cannot be given anything which is illegal, which is obscene, which is offensive. You cannot give that choice. While there is a choice, you cannot be giving that content. So that responsibility has to be on a common citizen, especially when your content is going abroad. You don't bring a bad name to your own country. Thank you.
May I, sir? Anurag ji, just you put about the nationalism is a subjective thing. Actually, I don't agree with your inputs, number one. But my question to you as already panelist in this conference, can you define what is a creativity? What is the extent of creativity? How we define your creativity? What is a freedom? What extent freedom you need and want? No, sir. I am just only I am to the point. I am too strict. Whatever you asked and you said, the subject, nationalism is subjective thing. That's why I am telling you. This is you can't define the creativity, extent of creativity on the mode of the so-called freedom. Thank you.
First, you need to define that what is nationalism.
I have another question, sir.
We'll sit together. In lunch, we can define. Don't worry.
Okay, we'll give other speakers a chance to express themselves.
I have a question. It's a slightly different question, but we are now in this platform discussing about digital terrestrial transmission. And in that itself, we have now a convergence with 5G. So we have a backhaul through 5G, and sometime even the coverage of the shadow areas through maybe a telecom cellular network, while the front main transmission will happen from the Doordarshan tower, but the other fringe areas being covered through a mobile cellular tower. Now my question is that through a broadband or through a through mobile towers, we access all the OTT platforms and all the other content which are there, the YouTube and social media. But when it comes to the broadcasting, if at all tomorrow, whenever the channels are licensed through the digital terrestrial transmission, like in the private FM, the channels have to be channels which are defined by Ministry of I&B, or will there be a liberty of putting content which are available, besides the so-called channel as defined under the Ministry of I&B regulation?
This is a very engineer-like question. So, see, let me give my disclaimer. I am not an engineer, far from it. Last time I studied science was in class 12th in 1985. But you see, whatever be the technology, whatever be the medium, our role would be to ensure we are only really concerned about the content part. How it comes through it, what are the channels through which it comes through it, what will the role of Doordarshan, what will the role of the broadcasters, that is there. But finally, we are looking at the content from the perspective of the citizen and to the viewers. And if that is something which is within the overall boundaries or overall domains of discipline, I think it matters little the way it comes. But yes, tomorrow if there are certain types of things, we'll look into that. Yeah, thank you. You can have questions for my other member panelists.
No, I'm having for all of you. Thank you. I'm Dr. Pawan Dugal, Advocate, Supreme Court, working in cyber law. My question is, how does the panel now see the content generated by AI language model algorithms like ChatGPT? Now you already have ChatGPT, which is seducing users to please dump your wife and love me. You have now an Indian application of ChatGPT called Levi there. So they are generating huge amount of content. Is there a need for regulating this kind of a content at an appropriate stage? Because India has still not made up its mind on how to legally regulate or even recognize artificial intelligence. The thoughts of the panel. Thanks.
I mean, you see, technology is something which keeps on galloping while we may be racing or probably walking. Now, we are always behind technology. And every time a new technology comes, we try to grapple with its pros and cons. As I said, OTT has been a blessing in disguise for lakhs of people who've got employment there. At the same time, it had its other pitfalls. Similarly, whether it's or any such things, we will have to grapple it the way we have to do it from the perspective of the citizens. We talked about a lot of morphing which takes place. Deep fakes now is something which is very, very prevalent. It's becoming a big challenge for us. We had a discussion on deep fakes as to how we challenge. But we will, I mean, these are issues which are very, very serious. We'll try to tackle it. I don't know the laws which are coming, the Digital India Act and other privacy laws. How do we do it? Whether we want to also strengthen our Copyright Act. All these are issues which will grapple in the government, and we would be definitely consulting the stakeholders when we get into this. But technology is galloping, and that is a big challenge. Yeah. Your thoughts on this? Anybody of you?
Yeah. I thought the Joint Secretary answered the previous question, and that answer possibly applies, because that's content coming from, possibly a new tech-enabled source. But when it comes to the regulation part around content, it still falls in that same base or plane. Maybe, Pawanji, as you are more in this topic than possibly I am, but maybe as the more contours of all these large language modeling initiatives and now the competitive pace at which every of the platforms are going in, and hence trying to redefine search and content generation, or even say generative content, that we are talking about. If the full contours come out and all, and if some more challenges really come more from a technological point of view that regulations are required, I think that intervention would be required. But for now, I think whatever approach with which you are regulating should be good enough to look at the content that they have.
Yeah, somebody from the other side, yeah.
I have a question related with regulation and discipline. Suppose, sir, one example I am starting. There is a YRZ kind of security here at the gate and entry-exit points, and lot of strict discipline and rules are here. Stand like this, don't behave like this, and you have to speak only at this time. Lot of regulations are there, discipline are there. I will be very much worried whether I should speak or not. My creativity will be either nil or minimum. So I am talking about whether no discipline or over-discipline or self-discipline or no regulation or over-regulation or meta-regulation like that. We should make a balance. My question is, sir, are we making balance? Or we are only focusing on regulation, over-regulation, and too much mega-giga regulation, meta-regulation like that? It will never end. If you see the developed countries like Scandinavian countries, they have minimum regulation. They focus on the core ethics part. They only focus on the human development, and they come within top 10 of the human development report. And they focus from the primary education itself. I have told in the previous my statement, we should focus on design and awareness. Thank you, sir.
No, that's a very valid point you have made, that we should not get obsessed with regulation. I think that's a very valid point, and therefore the underlying principle of when we got into this, what we call it a soft touch regulation, was to ensure that the creativity is not stifled in any way, and also the citizens have the power to express themselves the way they want to express themselves. So definitely there has been no stress on trying to over-regulate. That has never been there, and I can tell you, since the laws have come into the being, and that was February 2021, we are now 2 years down the law of OTT platforms. We had this 3-tier mechanism, the OTT platform, and then the self-regulating body, and the third tier is the government. The system has been working so smoothly that in the last 2 years, we have not got a single complaint escalated from the self-regulating body. Not a single complaint. Which means that the self-regulating body and these self-regulating body constitute all those almost 60 OTT platforms. They are able to handle it at their level. So, and if you talk to the youngsters who are there in this industry, they are so thrilled about the fact that we have got this opportunity to express ourselves on the OTT platform. So, there is no obsession to regulation, but there is a responsibility on behalf of the citizens of this country that there has to be a sense of discipline. More importantly, it is the citizens who are the producers. They are not coming from outside. If a web series is being produced in India, हम और आप मिलकर वो web series बना रहे हैं. हमारी भी psyche, हमारा भी mentality ये होना चाहिए. We should also think that we work in a certain sense of discipline, so that when my product and when my web series goes abroad in Argentina or Europe or America, they said, yeah, this is a product coming from India. Let's salute that product. That should be the ethos when we produce something. Yeah.
Sir, I just wanted to add to what the chair has said. Now, if you look at the self-regulation mechanism that has been very well defined in 3 steps when the intermediary guideline regulations were put, and now the approach in the online gaming sector that we have brought in terms of regulation, same approach of self-regulations have been brought. Now you look at the soft touch approach that the government has been taking, as Joint Secretary just mentioned about that, how it has not gone to this 3rd stage, it has remained only at the self-regulating level of the OTT platform. But look at the gaming sector, which is going to be a big money generator for a huge number of people. We are just today 1% of the online gaming population of the world. Whatever studies show that by 2025 we might go to 7%, China at 25, US at 23% right now are there. Now when we are going to go big with our software strength, with our creative strength, with the startup ecosystem and everything, when we are going to have a journey from 1% to whatever percent we reach, say, in the next 5 to 7 years, right at the inceptions, we are taking a soft touch approach of regulation. So I think, the whole thinking is soft regulation just to enable everything to grow rather than stifle anything, and that's where that self-disciplining mechanism is more prevalent than any kind of discipline in, infusion or over-discipline or something. Thank you, sir.
Hi, sir. I have a question.
Yeah.
I'm Tanuja. I'm from Mumbai.
Yeah. Can you just bring your mic closer to yourself? Yeah.
Can you hear me? Am I audible? So, hi everyone. I'm Tanuja from Mumbai. My question to you is, I understood well that you mentioned about push process and OTT and linear platforms, and we have, mentioned a lot of guidelines for both the platforms. But I wanted to understand more of a user-generated platforms, right? Where on OTT, the professionals are creating the content and pushing it. But on user-generated platforms, it's just a normal user like me. I can make a content and push it. So do we have any process of planning to bring some principles or guidelines for user-generated platforms like Instagram?
Yeah, I will put it because I don't want to get into legal aspects or whatever. From a very common person's perspective, because as I said, everybody is now a producer of content. Whether it is on Instagram, when my daughter is on Instagram, she has warned me not to become a member of Instagram because she doesn't want to watch or see what she's making, the stories and the reels. That is what they're called, stories, reels, whatever. So, Instagram, Facebook, whatever. The simple thing in very common words I can tell you probably, the fact that you are not aware of it itself is the beauty of the regulation. There is an intermediary guideline which we're talking about, that if a platform is like Twitter or Facebook or Instagram or YouTube, all of us are putting whatever content we want to. I can put my speech, somebody can put a ladies' sangeet there, somebody could do a marriage ceremony or anything. I can just try to speak something, I wanted people to hear me out. Now, the guidelines only say that any such content which is coming on a platform by a common citizen, if that content is of a certain nature or of a certain type, which are in any way offending a law, then that content needs to be removed. Other than that, a citizen is free to put whatever content. So therefore, the fact that you're not aware of this guideline, which is there since 2009. This guideline is there 2009 or 2011? 2009. And now it got rehashed into the guidelines of 2021. So that is the due diligence which the platform has to do. And you may not be aware that in one quarter, YouTube removes more than 15 to 30 lakh content of users because they're infringing one law or the other. You would not know that, but they do it. They used AI. They have their own physical checkers also of the law and ensuring that their community guidelines are not violated by the users. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah.
I think we are, previous who make the question, and just Tanuja, I want to put one line. What is the regulation and self-regulation? I think this is, automatically answer to all why we regulated ourselves. So just in the common thing, any part of globe, any part of the world with a 7 billion population, this is a one set pro forma and the system in our home. I'm not saying the house. First you enter, this is our living room and drawing room. This is my study room, this is our bedroom. So how internally we have divided ourselves in our home I think when you're making the content, we should divide in our mind with the 3 layers, and I think there will be no need of any regulation, as I think. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll take a last question because we also to be in the system of self-discipline, yeah? Time discipline, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Sir, I have got a very simple, I want to share my experience like this seminar, particularly about the FM, when the young generation, our colleges, and because sometimes I go there as a visiting lecturer, I ask them by which channel you like, most of them say private channels. So some private channel was, his in charge was there, he was also one of the talker. I am talking about Marwai Studio, sir, you must be knowing. So I asked them, the language you use, do you think this language is all right? Sometimes it is so vulgar. He said, sir, language is vulgar, maybe vulgar, but then because the audience is liking it, so we are doing. But I said, when it is too much, then he says what he says, and that is the point I want to put it for your consideration. He says, no, we block it, we put some tone or something. I said, is it the correct way? That you are, when there is some vulgarity is there, somebody is telling, and you are stopping, you are putting the button, and then you are not broadcasting. No, sir, I mean, we have to think over it. When there was heated exchange and all that, they say that we have to continue, we have to keep our channel alive, you know, when people are asking. Anyway, sir, thank you.
Thank you for your point. I think we need to close this session. It looks like a very interesting session, a lot of learning for me from my fellow panelists, Mr. Ahmed Nadeem. I want to thank him. He's flown all the way from Malaysia to share his time and experience with us. Mr. Subhimal Bhattacharya for his very thoughtful views on regulation, the extent and whether or not, and my friend journalist Mr. Kumar Rakesh for his very impassive and important views. Thank you all of you, and thank you participants for being a very patient listener and bearing with all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. After that highly interactive session and for a light class, thank you so much, sir. So quickly we'll do the felicitation ceremony. Can I have Shri Sahai here in the front of the stage so that we can felicitate the speakers? Ahmed Nadeem, this is your third memento. So I think your luggage would be actually No, sir, same goes for you as well. You are there in the list as well. Yes, multifarious roles you are, actually putting. Thank you so much. Shri Subramanya Bhattacharya. Subramanya Bhattacharya, CEO and MD, CODTT Advisory Limited. And Shri Rakesh Kumar. May I call upon President BES, Mr. Sunil, to kindly felicitate Shri Sahai. Thank you so much, everyone. With this, we come to the end of the session. We have a small prize giving ceremony as well to all our sponsors, without whose undue support this event wouldn't have been possible, and a great success as well. So may I call upon Honorary Secretary. Oh, that's for the group photograph. Thank you, Shri Sahai, and to all the speakers. Let's move ahead. So our humble regards to sponsors, without whose undue support this event wouldn't have been possible. May I please call upon Honorary Secretary BES Shri Aftab Ahmed and Honorary Treasurer Shri O.P. Rajpurohit to kindly do the honors. Our sponsors, SG Radio and DTS. So we have Ashraf Ed Dinari, Senior VP, SG Radio, and Vineet Sharma, Director, India and APAC, SG Radio. Our event sponsors, SG Radio and DTS. Thank you so much. It's your undue support with which this event has turned out to be so successful. Thank you so much. Mr. George Kuruvilla, CMD Basel, and WB Prasad, GM Basel. Mr. Kuruvilla, I think master of all, from chairing the sessions to your questions and now receiving the award, it's your undue support with which we have such a successful event. Thank you so much, sir. Go, hurry up. And by ZAG N, may I call upon Siddharth Dhawan and Uday Jaggi to kindly receive the awards. By ZAG N. Siddharth Dhawan and Uday Jaggi from BIZAG N. And Rurutech and SU Broadcasts, thank you so much for your support as well. We'll wait for a lunch break and then we'll resume. Rurutech and Sun Broadcast, thank you for your support as well. So it's a lunch break and we'll resume post-lunch here for the next session. Thank you so much, everyone.
BS एक्सपो 2023 के 27th एडिशन में आज हमारे बीच एक्सपो में सी सेंथिल राजन जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन ब्रॉडकास्टिंग है। सर, आपने एक्सपो देखा है और अपने कॉन्फ्रेंस को अटेंड किया है, आपका क्या एक्सपीरियंस रहा है सर? कैन यू थ्रो सम लाइट?
I think participating, this is my first BES Expo that I am participating in, and it is a wonderful platform for industry and the broadcast industry stakeholders, various stakeholders to come together. And I understand more than 40 companies are also participating, which gives a glimpse of the latest technologies that are available in the broadcast sector. And further, I think we just participated in a session on community radio, which is the last mile communication for any in the communication sector, which is a very important part. So I think the panel discussions are covering a variety of topics, which include from high-end broadcasting to the last mile connectivity for a community radio. I think that way BES is an excellent platform for any broadcaster to come and see and also experience the latest technologies that is happening.
आज सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ टेलीकम्युनिकेशन श्री राजा रमन सर ने BS एक्सपो 2023 का, जिसकी थीम है नेक्स्ट जेन ब्रॉडकास्टिंग, क्रिएट कनेक्ट एंड कैपिटलाइज का, आज आपने देखा है और वहाँ पे डिफरेंट एग्जिबिटर से बात किया है। सर what has been your experience and what is your observation, sir, during the expo, sir?
So I'm very delighted to be part of this BES show. I mean, I think they have a number of new technologies on display here, and there is tremendous potential for India to actually bring in new technologies and new standards into broadcasting to enable us to cover more people effectively and improve the quality of coverage also. So Department of Telecommunication is very happy to collaborate with the Ministry of Information Broadcasting and support them in this grand exercise. In fact, during the discussions, I've also offered them that BharatNet, which is one of the largest fiber networks in India, covering about 220,000 villages, should also be used by the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting to push in their broadcast signals so that it reaches every home in India in through all possible means. So there was also this discussion on manufacturing and the new technologies. So Department of Telecommunication would be very happy to work with MIB in actually enabling building new technology radios, inducting new technology chipsets such as direct-to-mobile broadcasting and so on and so forth. So DOT, through its Telecom Development Fund, will be able to support some of the startups who are working on these kind of broadcasting technologies also. Thank you.
Sir, how do you rate this expo and the exhibition, the conference with the government's policies of the Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat?
So today I was able to see a number of products, solutions, both software solutions and equipment which are being made in India. And I think one of them which I would like to specially mention is the direct-to-mobile broadcast chipsets which are being manufactured by one of our good startups called Sankhya. So this is a pilot is being carried out by MIB, and DOT is providing support, and we are very happy to be part of this new technology that is being inducted into India. We also saw a lot of software solutions by like studio software and other solutions for the broadcasting industry. I mean, I think it's really exciting time for us for building India-made solutions, not only for India but also for the world.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
आज हमारे साथ हैं श्री मयंक अग्रवाल जी, जो डीजी दूरदर्शन है। इसके अलावा वो प्रिंसिपल डीजी डीडी न्यूज़ भी हैं। आइए उनसे साझा करते हैं कि उनका बीएस का सफ़र कैसा रहा है।
ये बहुत ही अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म है और अपने आप में एक अनूठा प्लेटफॉर्म है, जिसमें कि ब्रॉडकास्ट इंडस्ट्री के जो डिफरेंट फील्ड के लोग हैं, इंक्लूडिंग टेक्नोलॉजी है, कंटेंट है, वो सब लोग एक जगह पर आते हैं। तो पहले तो मैं कहूँगा ये 2 साल बाद हो रहा है ये BES जो है, और सब लोगों में इतना एंथुसियाज़म है यहाँ पर, और जो नए लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी वाले इक्विपमेंट हैं वो यहाँ पर एग्जीबिशन में देखिए, एक्सपर्ट से इंटरेक्ट कीजिए। और यहाँ पर जो है बहुत सारे सेशंस हुए हैं जो कि टेक्नोलॉजी पर, कंटेंट पे, OTT, जो भी नई आपके वीडियो डिसमिनेशन और इवन रेडियो के बारे में भी जो है बहुत सारे सेशंस यहाँ पर हुए हैं। तो इट इज़ समथिंग लाइक आई वुड से इट इज़ अ कुंभ ऑफ ब्रॉडकास्ट इंडस्ट्री।
हमारे साथ आज हैं AK दीक्षित जी, जो फॉर्मर ENC दूरदर्शन हैं। ये BES के प्रेसिडेंट भी रह चुके हैं। आइए इनसे पूछते हैं कि इनका सफ़र कैसा रहा।
देखिए, जहाँ तक BES के साथ मेरे सफ़र का, तो मैंने ये देखा है कि ये जो BES से हम लोगों ने जो समय समय पर हमारी जो कॉन्फ्रेंसेस होती हैं और एग्जीबिशंस लगते हैं, इनसे हम लोग अपडेट रहते हैं इंफॉर्मेशन के लिए कि हमारी क्या टेक्नोलॉजी आ रही हैं, हमें अपने डिपार्टमेंट्स में और ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में क्या क्या चीज़ इनको इनकॉर्पोरेट करना चाहिए। तो काफ़ी हमारा का शिक्षाप्रद होता है, और समय समय पर हम लोग इसमें अपने आप को नॉलेज वाइज और इक्विपमेंट वाइज अपने आप को अपडेट करते रहते हैं। ये बहुत ही अच्छा हमारे लिए एक्सपीरियंस होता है, और ये हमारे अपने डे टू डे काम जो भी हमने डिपार्टमेंट में अपना ऑल इंडिया रेडियो दूरदर्शन में किया, उसमें इसका बहुत ही हमारे को फ़ायदा हुआ है। और आगे जो भी बाहर से हमारे पास जो एक्सपर्ट आते हैं, टॉकर्स आते हैं, जो उनसे हम जब इंटरेक्ट करते हैं तो हमारे कई जो डाउट्स वगैरह होते हैं वो सब हमारे क्लियर होते हैं। इस तरीके से मेरा तो अपना पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस बहुत अच्छा रहा।
आज मेरे साथ हैं श्री अशोक भटनागर जी, जो हमारे फॉर्मर ENC रह चुके हैं। आइए उनसे सुनते हैं कि उनका सफ़र कैसा रहा और उनका सहयोग BES में कैसा रहा। सर,
धन्यवाद, आपने मुझे ये अपॉर्चुनिटी दी इस बारे में कि मैं कुछ ब्रॉडकास्ट इंजीनियरिंग सोसाइटी और जो मेरा संवाद और व्यवहार रहा है इन लोगों के साथ में, मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि ये जो संस्था है ब्रॉडकास्ट इंजीनियरिंग सोसाइटी, ये एक बहुत ही यूनिक संस्था है, जिसने हमारे पूरे भारतवर्ष में, और ना केवल भारतवर्ष में बल्कि देश विदेश से यहाँ पर बहुत सारे विजिटर्स आते हैं, और जो कॉन्फ्रेंस होती है और जो एग्जीबिशंस होती है उसमें भी हमारे देश विदेश से एग्जीबिटर्स आते हैं। और कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी बहुत सारे जो एक्सपर्ट्स हैं विदेशों के वो भी आते हैं। तो मेरा तो बहुत शुरू से ही संबंध रहा, क्योंकि मैं पहले डायरेक्टर भी था ऑल इंडिया रेडियो में, फिर दूरदर्शन में चीफ इंजीनियर R&D रहा, फिर इंजीनियर इन चीफ दूरदर्शन से मैं रिटायर हुआ। तो बहुत ही अच्छा सफ़र रहा यहाँ पर, और इतना इन्होंने चेंज देखा है। और मैं ये कहूँगा कि ब्रॉडकास्ट इंजीनियरिंग सोसाइटी के माध्यम से हमारे देश में जो टेक्नोलॉजी है वो आई है, क्योंकि आपको पता हैगा कि इतना पैसा नहीं होता प्रसार भारती के पास में या ऑल इंडिया रेडियो दूरदर्शन के पास में कि वो अपने इंजीनियर्स को ट्रेनिंग पर भेज सकें, बाहर नॉलेज के लिए भेज सकें। वो बहुत लिमिटेड रह पाता है, क्योंकि हमारी स्थिति ऐसी नहीं है। लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी ये जो ब्रॉडकास्ट इंजीनियरिंग सोसाइटी जो एग्जीबिशन कॉन्फ्रेंस करती है, उसी से हमारे जो इंजीनियर्स हैं उन्होंने सब कुछ सीखा है, देखा है, और उस हिसाब से जो लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी है उसको हम लोगों ने आयात किया, उसको हम लोगों ने देश विदेश से किया, यहाँ पर भी हम लोगों ने जनरेशन किया उसका। और ब्रॉडकास्ट इंजीनियरिंग सोसाइटी जो है बहुत ही एक डेमोक्रेटिक संस्था है, जिसमें कि डिफरेंट जो हमारे लोग हैं वो बदलते रहते हैं और अवसर मिलता है हम सब लोगों को। और BES ने देखा, पहले एनालॉग टेलीविज़न होता था, उसके बाद में डिजिटल टेलीविज़न आया, और फिर हाई डेफिनेशन टेलीविज़न आया, और अब देखिए नेक्स्ट जनरेशन टीवी आ रहा है, जिसमें हमको अल्ट्रा हाई डेफिनेशन टीवी मिलेगा देखने को। और इसके अलावा हमको जो है डिजिटल जो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन ऑडियो है उसका भी हम लोग ला पाएंगे। तो वो एक खाली पब्लिक सर्विस ब्रॉडकास्टर जो कि प्रसार भारती है, उसके अलावा भी हमारे देश में बहुत सारी प्राइवेट चैनल्स हैं, टीवी चैनल्स हैं, उन लोगों को भी एक ये माध्यम होता है। उनके डेलीगेट्स आते हैं, उनके साथ में हम लोगों का संवाद होता है, और इस सब के माध्यम से बहुत ही सभी के लिए ये बहुत ही फ्रूटफुल होता है। धन्यवाद।
We have Mr. R.R. Prasad, former ENC Doordarshan with us. He is former president of BES Society also. Let's hear from him about his experiences of the society so far. Sir.
Thank you. Actually, speaking honestly, I had been with BES or had been associated with BES since its very inception. Of course, it was. Okay. Shall I repeat it? Okay. To tell frankly, I had been associated with BES since its inception. Okay. And rather, BES was born when I was very much involved with its activity. And over the years, I think 27 years have passed. It has evolved like international platform or forum for that broadcast engineering personnel, be it equipment manufacturer, be it service provider, or be it content provider. And every year the theme whatsoever is chosen for the conference is really relevant, and that provides an impetus for growth to this sector. I wish all success to this conference and exhibition of the BES. Thank you very much.
हमारे साथ हैं श्री W.B. प्रसाद जी, ये GM बेसिल है, ये फॉर्मर डायरेक्टर दूरदर्शन भी रह चुके हैं। आइए इनसे पूछते हैं कि इनका सफ़र BES के साथ कैसा रहा।
थैंक यू। बेसिल का जो सफ़र है BES के साथ वो बहुत पुराना है। सिंस 1995 जब बेसिल बना था, उस इस्टेब्लिश हुआ था, उसके बाद से ही बेसिल जो है सपोर्ट करता रहा है BES को, और लास्ट फ्यू इयर्स में बेसिल ने स्पॉन्सर भी किया है, और साथ में मिलकर के जो स्पेस सेलिंग है या फिर जो मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं, सिस्टम इंटीग्रेटर्स हैं जो हमारे साथ एसोसिएटेड हैं, उनको भी BES में एसोसिएट किया है, ताकि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा फुटफॉल्स हो सके, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग जो आ रहे हों यहाँ पे इस एक्सपो में, उनको एक्सपोजर मिल सके टेक्नोलॉजी का। इस साल का जो फुटफॉल है वो अगर कंपेयर करते हैं प्रीवियस 2020 के फुटफॉल से तो काफ़ी अच्छा है। वो आफ्टर 2 इयर्स ऑफ पैंडमिक ये अनएक्सपेक्टेड था कि इतना अच्छा एक फुटफॉल होगा। इवन जो यहाँ पे जिन्होंने स्टॉल्स लगाए हैं काफ़ी एंथू के साथ लगाया है इस साल, और कुछ नई चीज़ें भी हमें देखने को मिल रही हैं इन स्टॉलों में, जो कि एग्जिबिटर्स ने इस बार इवन जो इश्यूज़ रहे हैं पैंडमिक के बाद का, उसको ओवरकम करते हुए बाहर से इंपोर्ट करके चीज़ों को यहाँ डिस्प्ले के लिए लगाया है। बेसिल एक बहुत बड़ी कंसल्टेंसी कंपनी है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की, जो ब्रॉडकास्टिंग के अलावा भी बहुत सारे एरियाज़ में काम करती हैं, जिसमें टेक्नोलॉजी एक पार्ट होता है। और ये BS जो एक्सपो है, इसके साथ जुड़ने से बेसिल का भी अपने आप में एक तरह का एक्सपोजर रहता है। जो हमारे स्टाफ हैं, जो हमारे इंजीनियर्स हैं, या हमारे साथ में जो कंसल्टेंट्स लगे हुए हैं, उनके साथ उनके लिए एक बहुत अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म मिलता है, जो इस प्लेटफॉर्म का यूज़ करके डिफरेंट वेरियस OEMs के साथ, डिफरेंट जो है सिस्टम इंटीग्रेटर के साथ, या उनके जो कंसल्टेंट्स हैं, जो बाहर से आए हुए स्पीकर्स हैं, डेलीगेट्स हैं, उनके साथ में एक इंटरेक्शन का बहुत अच्छा सा एक प्लेटफॉर्म मिल जाता है। आई विश BS वेरी ग्रोथ एवरी ईयर। इस साल तो परफॉर्मेंस बहुत अच्छा दिख रहा है मुझे, बट आई होप कि नेक्स्ट फ्यू इयर्स में भी BS जो है और अच्छा परफॉर्म करेगा। थैंक यू।
BS एक्सपो 2023 के 27th एडिशन में आज हमारे बीच एक्सपो में सी सेंथिल राजन, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन ब्रॉडकास्टिंग है। सर, आपने एक्सपो देखा है और अपने कॉन्फ्रेंस को भी अटेंड किया है, आपका क्या एक्सपीरियंस रहा है सर? कैन यू थ्रो सम लाइट?
I think participating, this is my first BES Expo that I am participating in, and it is wonderful platform for industry and the broadcast industry stakeholders, various stakeholders to come together. And I understand more than 40 companies are also participating, which gives a glimpse of the latest technologies that are available in the broadcast sector. And further, I think we just participated in a session on community radio, which is the last mile communication for any in the communication sector, which is a very important part. So I think the panel discussions are covering a variety of topics, which include from high-end broadcasting to the last mile connectivity for a community radio. I think that way BES is an excellent platform for any broadcaster to come and see and also experience the latest technologies that is happening.
आज सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ टेलीकम्युनिकेशन श्री राजा रमन सर ने BS एक्सपो 2023 का, जिसकी थीम है नेक्स्ट जेन ब्रॉडकास्टिंग, क्रिएट, कनेक्ट एंड कैपिटलाइज का, आज आपने देखा है और वहाँ पे डिफरेंट एग्जिबिटर से बात किया है। सर, what has been your experience and what is your observation, sir, during the expo, sir?
So I'm very delighted to be part of this BES show. I mean, I think they have a number of new technologies on display here, and there is tremendous potential for India to actually to bring in new technologies and new standards into broadcasting to enable us to cover more people effectively and improve the quality of coverage also. So Department of Telecommunication is very happy to collaborate with the Ministry of Information Broadcasting and support them in this grand exercise. In fact, during the discussions, I've also offered them that BharatNet, which is one of the largest fiber networks in India, covering about 220,000 villages, should also be used by the Ministry of Information Broadcasting to push in their broadcast signals, so that it reaches every home in India in through all possible means. So there was also this discussion on manufacturing and the new technologies. So Department of Telecommunication would be very happy to work with MIB in actually enabling building new technology radios, inducting new technology chipsets such as direct-to-mobile broadcasting and so on and so forth. So DOT, through its Telecom Development Fund, will be able to support some of the startups who are working on these kind of broadcasting technologies also. Thank you.
Sir, how do you rate this expo and the exhibition, the conference with the government's policies of the Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat?
So today I was able to see a number of products, solutions, both software solutions and equipment which are being made in India. And I think one of them which I would like to specially mention is the direct-to-mobile broadcast chipsets, which are being manufactured by one of our good startups called Sankhya. So this is a pilot is being carried out by MIB, and we are DOT is providing support, and we are very happy to be part of this new technology that is being inducted into India. We also saw a lot of software solutions by like studio software and other solutions for the broadcasting industry. I mean, I think it's really exciting time for us for building India-made solutions, not only for India but also for the world. Man.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
हमारे साथ हैं श्री मयंक अग्रवाल जी, जो डीजी दूरदर्शन है। इसके अलावा वो प्रिंसिपल डीजी डीडी न्यूज़ भी हैं। आइए उनसे साझा करते हैं कि उनका बीएस का सफ़र कैसा रहा है।
ये बहुत ही अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म है और अपने आप में एक अनूठा प्लेटफॉर्म है, जिसमें कि ब्रॉडकास्ट इंडस्ट्री के जो डिफरेंट फील्ड के लोग हैं, इंक्लूडिंग टेक्नोलॉजी है, कंटेंट है, वो सब लोग एक जगह पर आते हैं। तो पहले तो मैं कहूँगा ये 2 साल बाद हो रहा है ये BES जो है, और सब लोगों में इतना एंथुसियाज़म है यहाँ पर, और जो नए लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी वाले इक्विपमेंट हैं वो यहाँ पर एग्जीबिशन में देखिए, एक्सपर्ट से इंटरेक्ट कीजिए। और यहाँ पर जो है बहुत सारे सेशंस हुए हैं जो कि टेक्नोलॉजी पर, कंटेंट पे, OTT, जो भी नई आपके वीडियो डिसमिनेशन और इवन रेडियो के बारे में भी जो है बहुत सारे सेशंस यहाँ पर हुए हैं। तो इट इज़ समथिंग लाइक आई वुड से इट इज़ अ कुंभ ऑफ ब्रॉडकास्ट इंडस्ट्री।
साथ आज हैं AK दीक्षित जी, जो फॉर्मर ENC दूरदर्शन हैं। ये BES के प्रेसिडेंट भी रह चुके हैं। आइए इनसे पूछते हैं कि इनका सफ़र कैसा रहा।
देखिए, जहाँ तक BES के साथ मेरे सफ़र का, तो मैंने ये देखा है कि ये जो BES से हम लोगों ने जो समय समय पर हमारी जो कॉन्फ्रेंसेस होती हैं और एग्जीबिशंस लगते हैं, इनसे हम लोग अपडेट रहते हैं इंफॉर्मेशन के लिए कि हमारी क्या टेक्नोलॉजी आ रही हैं, हमें अपने डिपार्टमेंट्स में और ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में क्या क्या चीज़ इनको इनकॉर्पोरेट करना चाहिए। तो काफ़ी हमारा शिक्षाप्रद होता है, और समय समय पर हम लोग इसमें अपने आप को नॉलेज वाइज और इक्विपमेंट वाइज अपने आप को अपडेट करते रहते हैं। ये बहुत ही अच्छा हमारे लिए एक्सपीरियंस होता है, और ये हमारे अपने डे टू डे काम जो भी हमने डिपार्टमेंट में अपना ऑल इंडिया रेडियो दूरदर्शन में किया, उसमें इसका बहुत ही हमारे को फ़ायदा हुआ है। और आगे जो भी बाहर से हमारे पास जो एक्सपर्ट आते हैं, टॉकर्स आते हैं, जो उनसे हम जब इंटरेक्ट करते हैं तो हमारे कई जो डाउट्स वगैरह होते हैं वो सब हमारे क्लियर होते हैं। इस तरीके से मेरा तो अपना पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस बहुत अच्छा रहा।
मेरे साथ हैं श्री अशोक भटनागर जी, जो हमारे फॉर्मर ENC रह चुके हैं। आइए उनसे सुनते हैं कि उनका सफ़र कैसा रहा और उनका सहयोग BES में कैसा रहा। सर
धन्यवाद, आपने मुझे ये अपॉर्चुनिटी दी इस बारे में कि मैं कुछ ब्रॉडकास्ट इंजीनियरिंग सोसाइटी और जो मेरा संवाद और व्यवहार रहा है इन लोगों के साथ में, मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि ये जो संस्था है ब्रॉडकास्ट इंजीनियरिंग सोसाइटी, ये एक बहुत ही यूनिक संस्था है, जिसने हमारे पूरे भारतवर्ष में, और न केवल भारतवर्ष में बल्कि देश विदेश से यहाँ पर बहुत सारे विजिटर्स आते हैं, और जो कॉन्फ्रेंस होती है और जो एग्जीबिशंस होती है उसमें भी हमारे देश विदेश से एग्जीबिटर्स आते हैं, और कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी बहुत सारे जो एक्सपर्ट्स हैं विदेशों के वो भी आते हैं। तो मेरा तो बहुत शुरू से ही संबंध रहा, क्योंकि मैं पहले डायरेक्टर भी था ऑल इंडिया रेडियो में, फिर दूरदर्शन में चीफ इंजीनियर R&D रहा, फिर इंजीनियर इन चीफ दूरदर्शन से मैं रिटायर हुआ। तो बहुत ही अच्छा सफ़र रहा यहाँ पर, और इतना इन्होंने चेंज देखा है। और मैं ये कहूँगा कि ब्रॉडकास्ट इंजीनियरिंग सोसाइटी के माध्यम से हमारे देश में जो टेक्नोलॉजी है वो आई है, क्योंकि आपको पता हैगा कि इतना पैसा नहीं होता प्रसार भारती के पास में या ऑल इंडिया रेडियो दूरदर्शन के पास में कि वो अपने इंजीनियर्स को ट्रेनिंग पर भेज सकें, बाहर नॉलेज के लिए भेज सकें। वो बहुत लिमिटेड रह पाता है, क्योंकि हमारी स्थिति ऐसी नहीं है। लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी ये जो ब्रॉडकास्ट इंजीनियरिंग सोसाइटी जो एग्जीबिशन कॉन्फ्रेंस करती है, उसी से हमारे जो इंजीनियर्स हैं उन्होंने सब कुछ सीखा है, देखा है, और उस हिसाब से जो लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी है उसको हम लोगों ने आयात किया, उसको हम लोगों ने देश विदेश से किया, यहाँ पर भी हम लोगों ने जनरेशन किया उसका। और ब्रॉडकास्ट इंजीनियरिंग सोसाइटी जो है बहुत ही एक डेमोक्रेटिक संस्था है, जिसमें कि डिफरेंट जो हमारे लोग हैं वो बदलते रहते हैं और अवसर मिलता है हम सब लोगों को। और BES ने देखा, पहले एनालॉग टेलीविज़न होता था, उसके बाद में डिजिटल टेलीविज़न आया और फिर हाई डेफिनीशन टेलीविज़न आया, और अब देखिए नेक्स्ट जनरेशन टीवी आ रहा है जिसमें हमको अल्ट्रा हाई डेफिनीशन टीवी मिलेगा देखने को। और इसके अलावा हमको जो है डिजिटल जो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन ऑडियो है उसका भी हम लोग ला पाएंगे। तो वो एक खाली पब्लिक सर्विस ब्रॉडकास्टर जो कि प्रसार भारती है, उसके अलावा भी हमारे देश में बहुत सारी प्राइवेट चैनल्स हैं, टीवी चैनल्स हैं, उन लोगों को भी एक ये माध्यम होता है, उनके डेलीगेट्स आते हैं, उनके साथ में हम लोगों का संवाद होता है, और इस सब के माध्यम से बहुत ही सभी के लिए ये बहुत ही फ्रूटफुल होता है। धन्यवाद।
Mr. R.R. Prasad, former ENC Doordarshan with us. He is former president of BES Society also. Let's hear from him about his experiences of the society so far. Sir.
Thank you. Actually, speaking honestly, I had been with BES or had been associated with BES since its very inception. Of course, it was. Okay. Shall I repeat it? Okay. To tell frankly, I had been associated with BES since its inception. Okay. And rather, BES was born when I was very much involved with its activity. And over the years, I think 27 years have passed. It has evolved like international platform or forum for that broadcast engineering personnel, be it equipment manufacturer, be it service provider, or be it content provider. And every year the theme whatsoever is chosen for the conference is really relevant, and that provides an impetus for growth to this sector. I wish all success to this conference and exhibition of the BES. Thank you very much.
मेरे साथ हैं श्री W.B. प्रसाद जी, ये GM बेसिल हैं, ये फॉर्मर डायरेक्टर दूरदर्शन भी रह चुके हैं। आइए इनसे पूछते हैं कि इनका सफ़र BES के साथ कैसा रहा।
थैंक यू। बेसिल का जो सफ़र है BES के साथ वो बहुत पुराना है। सिंस 1995 जब बेसिल बना था, उस इस्टेब्लिश हुआ था, उसके बाद से ही बेसिल जो है सपोर्ट करता रहा है BES को, और लास्ट फ्यू इयर्स में बेसिल ने स्पॉन्सर भी किया है, और साथ में मिलकर के जो स्पेस सेलिंग है या फिर जो मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं, सिस्टम इंटीग्रेटर्स हैं जो हमारे साथ एसोसिएटेड हैं, उनको भी BES में एसोसिएट किया है ताकि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा फुटफॉल्स हो सके, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग जो आ रहे हों यहाँ पे इस एक्सपो में, उनको एक्सपोजर मिल सके टेक्नोलॉजी का। इस साल का जो फुटफॉल है वो अगर कंपेयर करते हैं प्रीवियस 2020 के फुटफॉल से तो काफ़ी अच्छा है। वो आफ्टर 2 years ऑफ पैंडमिक ये अनएक्सपेक्टेड था कि इतना अच्छा एक फुटफॉल होगा। इवन जो यहाँ पे जिन्होंने स्टॉल्स लगाए हैं काफ़ी एंथू के साथ लगाया है इस साल, और कुछ नई चीज़ें भी हमें देखने को मिल रही हैं इन स्टॉलों में, जो कि एग्जिबिटर्स ने इस बार इवन जो इश्यूज़ रहे हैं पैंडमिक के बाद का, उसको ओवरकम करते हुए बाहर से इंपोर्ट करके चीज़ों को यहाँ डिस्प्ले के लिए लगाया है। बेसिल एक बहुत बड़ी कंसल्टेंसी कंपनी है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की, जो ब्रॉडकास्टिंग के अलावा भी बहुत सारे एरियाज़ में काम करती हैं, जिसमें टेक्नोलॉजी एक पार्ट होता है। और ये BS जो एक्सपो है इसके साथ जुड़ने से बेसिल का भी अपने आप में एक तरह का एक्सपोजर रहता है। जो हमारे स्टाफ हैं, जो हमारे इंजीनियर्स हैं या हमारे साथ में जो कंसल्टेंट्स लगे हुए हैं, उनके साथ उनके लिए एक बहुत अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म मिलता है, जो इस प्लेटफॉर्म का यूज़ करके डिफरेंट वेरियस OEMs के साथ, डिफरेंट जो है सिस्टम इंटीग्रेटर के साथ, या उनके जो कंसल्टेंट्स हैं, जो बाहर से आए हुए स्पीकर्स हैं, डेलीगेट्स हैं, उनके साथ में एक इंटरेक्शन का बहुत अच्छा सा एक प्लेटफॉर्म मिल जाता है। आई विश BS वेरी ग्रोथ एवरी ईयर। इस साल तो परफॉर्मेंस बहुत अच्छा दिख रहा है मुझे, बट आई होप कि नेक्स्ट फ्यू इयर्स में भी BS जो है और अच्छा परफॉर्म करेगा। थैंक यू।
BS एक्सपो 2023 के 27th एडिशन में आज हमारे बीच एक्सपो में सी सेंथिल राजन, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन ब्रॉडकास्टिंग है। सर, आपने एक्सपो देखा है और अपने कॉन्फ्रेंस को अटेंड किया है, आपका क्या एक्सपीरियंस रहा है सर? कैन यू थ्रो सम लाइट?
I think participating, this is my first BES EXPO that I am participating in, and it is wonderful platform for industry and the broadcast industry stakeholders, various stakeholders to come together. And I understand more than 40 companies are also participating, which gives a glimpse of the latest technologies that are available in the broadcast sector. And further, I think we just participated in a session on community radio, which is the last mile communication for any in the communication sector, which is a very important part. So I think the panel discussions are covering a variety of topics, which include from high-end broadcasting to the last mile connectivity for a community radio. I think that way BES is an excellent platform for any broadcaster to come and see and also experience the latest technologies that is happening.
आज सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ टेलीकम्युनिकेशन श्री राजारामन सर ने BS एक्सपो 2023 का, जिसकी थीम है नेक्स्ट जेन ब्रॉडकास्टिंग, क्रिएट, कनेक्ट एंड कैपिटलाइज का, आज आपने देखा है और वहाँ पे डिफरेंट एग्जिबिटर से बात किया है। सर व्हाट हैज़ बीन योर एक्सपीरियंस एंड व्हाट इज़ योर ऑब्जर्वेशन सर ड्यूरिंग द एक्सपो सर?
So I'm very delighted to be part of this BES show. I mean, I think they have a number of new technologies on display here, and there is tremendous potential for India to actually bring in new technologies and new standards into broadcasting to enable us to cover more people effectively and improve the quality of coverage also. So Department of Telecommunication is very happy to collaborate with the Ministry of Information Broadcasting and support them in this grand exercise. In fact, during the discussions, I've also offered them that BharatNet, which is one of the largest fiber networks in India, covering about 220,000 villages, should also be used by the Ministry of Information Broadcasting to push in their broadcast signals so that it reaches every home in India in through all possible means. So there was also this discussion on manufacturing and the new technologies. So Department of Telecommunication would be very happy to work with MIB in actually enabling building new technology radios, inducting new technology chipsets such as direct to mobile broadcasting and so on and so forth. So DOT, through its Telecom Development Fund, will be able to support some of the startups who are working on these kind of broadcasting technologies also. Thank you.
Sir, how do you rate this expo and the exhibition, the conference with the government's policies of the Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat?
So today I was able to see a number of products, solutions, both software solutions and equipment which are being made in India. And I think one of them which I would like to specially mention is the direct to mobile broadcast chipsets, which are being manufactured by one of our good startups called Sankhya. So this is a pilot is being carried out by MIB, and DOT is providing support, and we are very happy to be part of this new technology that is being inducted into India. We also saw a lot of software solutions by like studio software and other solutions for the broadcasting industry. I mean, I think it's really exciting time for us for building India-made solutions, not only for India but also for the world. Man.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
हमारे साथ हैं श्री मयंक अग्रवाल जी, जो DG दूरदर्शन है। इसके अलावा वो प्रिंसिपल DG DD न्यूज़ भी हैं। आइए उनसे साझा करते हैं कि उनका BS का सफ़र कैसा रहा है।
ये बहुत ही अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म है और अपने आप में एक अनूठा प्लेटफॉर्म है, जिसमें कि ब्रॉडकास्ट इंडस्ट्री के जो डिफरेंट फील्ड के लोग हैं, इंक्लूडिंग टेक्नोलॉजी है, कंटेंट है, वो सब लोग एक जगह पर आते हैं। तो पहले तो मैं कहूँगा ये 2 साल बाद हो रहा है ये BES जो है, और सब लोगों में इतना एंथुसियाज़म है यहाँ पर, और जो नए लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी वाले इक्विपमेंट हैं वो यहाँ पर एग्जीबिशन में देखिए, एक्सपर्ट से इंटरेक्ट कीजिए। और यहाँ पर जो है बहुत सारे सेशंस हुए हैं जो कि टेक्नोलॉजी पर, कंटेंट पे, ओटीटी, जो भी नई आपके वीडियो डिसमिनेशन और इवन रेडियो के बारे में भी जो है बहुत सारे सेशंस यहाँ पर हुए हैं। तो इट इज़ समथिंग लाइक आई वुड से इट इज़ अ कुंभ ऑफ ब्रॉडकास्ट इंडस्ट्री।
मेरे साथ आज हैं ए.के. दीक्षित जी, जो फॉर्मर ईएनसी दूरदर्शन हैं, ये बीएस के प्रेसिडेंट भी रह चुके हैं। आइए इनसे पूछते हैं कि इनका सफ़र कैसा रहा।
देखिए, जहाँ तक बीएस के साथ मेरे सफ़र का, तो मैंने ये देखा है कि ये जो बीएस से हम लोगों ने जो जगह, जो समय समय पर हमारी जो कॉन्फ्रेंसेस होती हैं और एग्जीबिशंस लगते हैं, इनसे हम लोग अपडेट रहते हैं इंफॉर्मेशन के लिए कि हमारी क्या टेक्नोलॉजी आ रही हैं, हमें अपने डिपार्टमेंट्स में और ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में क्या क्या चीज़ इनको इनकॉर्पोरेट करना चाहिए। तो काफ़ी हमारा शिक्षाप्रद होता है और समय समय पर हम लोग इसमें अपने आप को नॉलेज वाइज और इक्विपमेंट वाइज अपने आप को अपडेट करते रहते हैं। ये बहुत ही अच्छा हमारे लिए एक्सपीरियंस होता है और ये हमारे अपने डे टू डे काम जो भी हमने डिपार्टमेंट में अपना ऑल इंडिया रेडियो दूरदर्शन में किया, उसमें इसका बहुत ही हमारे को फ़ायदा हुआ है। और आगे जो भी बाहर से हमारे पास जो एक्सपर्ट आते हैं, टॉकर्स आते हैं, जो उनसे हम जब इंटरेक्ट करते हैं तो हमारे कई जो डाउट्स वगैरह होते हैं वो सब हमारे क्लियर होते हैं। इस तरीके से मेरा तो अपना पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस बहुत अच्छा रहा।
मेरे साथ हैं श्री अशोक भटनागर जी, जो हमारे फॉर्मर ईएनसी रह चुके हैं। आइए उनसे सुनते हैं कि उनका सफ़र कैसा रहा और उनका सहयोग बीएस में कैसा रहा। सर,
धन्यवाद, आपने मुझे ये अपॉर्चुनिटी दी इस बारे में कि मैं कुछ ब्रॉडकास्ट इंजीनियरिंग सोसाइटी और जो मेरा संवाद और व्यवहार रहा है इन लोगों के साथ में, मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि ये जो संस्था है ब्रॉडकास्ट इंजीनियरिंग सोसाइटी, ये एक बहुत ही यूनिक संस्था है जिसने हमारे पूरे भारतवर्ष में, और ना केवल भारतवर्ष में बल्कि देश विदेश से यहाँ पर बहुत सारे विजिटर्स आते हैं और जो कॉन्फ्रेंस होती है और जो एग्जीबिशंस होती है उसमें भी हमारे देश विदेश से एग्जीबिटर्स आते हैं और कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी बहुत सारे जो एक्सपर्ट्स हैं विदेशों के वो भी आते हैं। तो मेरा तो बहुत शुरू से ही संबंध रहा, क्योंकि मैं पहले डायरेक्टर भी था ऑल इंडिया रेडियो में, फिर दूरदर्शन में चीफ इंजीनियर R&D रहा, फिर इंजीनियर इन चीफ दूरदर्शन से मैं रिटायर हुआ। तो बहुत ही अच्छा सफ़र रहा यहाँ पर और इतना इन्होंने चेंज देखा है। और मैं ये कहूँगा कि ब्रॉडकास्ट इंजीनियरिंग सोसाइटी के माध्यम से हमारे देश में जो टेक्नोलॉजी है वो आई है, क्योंकि आपको पता हैगा कि इतना पैसा नहीं होता प्रसार भारती के पास में या ऑल इंडिया रेडियो दूरदर्शन के पास में कि वो अपने इंजीनियर्स को ट्रेनिंग पर भेज सकें, बाहर नॉलेज के लिए भेज सकें। वो बहुत लिमिटेड रह पाता है क्योंकि हमारी स्थिति ऐसी नहीं है। लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी ये जो ब्रॉडकास्ट इंजीनियरिंग सोसाइटी जो एग्जीबिशन कॉन्फ्रेंस करती है, उसी से हमारे जो इंजीनियर्स हैं उन्होंने सब कुछ सीखा है, देखा है और उस हिसाब से जो लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी है उसको हम लोगों ने आयात किया, उसको हम लोगों ने देश विदेश से किया, यहाँ पर भी हम लोगों ने जनरेशन किया उसका। और ब्रॉडकास्ट इंजीनियरिंग सोसाइटी जो है बहुत ही एक डेमोक्रेटिक संस्था है जिसमें कि डिफरेंट जो हमारे लोग हैं वो बदलते रहते हैं और अवसर मिलता है हम सब लोगों को। और बीएस ने देखा, पहले एनालॉग टेलीविज़न होता था, उसके बाद में डिजिटल टेलीविज़न आया और फिर हाई डेफिनेशन टेलीविज़न आया और अब देखिए नेक्स्ट जनरेशन टीवी आ रहा है जिसमें हमको अल्ट्रा हाई डेफिनेशन टीवी मिलेगा देखने को। और इसके अलावा हमको जो है डिजिटल जो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन ऑडियो है उसका भी हम लोग ला पाएंगे। तो वो एक खाली पब्लिक सर्विस ब्रॉडकास्टर जो कि प्रसार भारती है, उसके अलावा भी हमारे देश में बहुत सारी प्राइवेट चैनल्स हैं, टीवी चैनल्स हैं, उन लोगों को भी एक ये माध्यम होता है। उनके डेलीगेट्स आते हैं, उनके साथ में हम लोगों का संवाद होता है और इस सब के माध्यम से बहुत ही सभी के लिए ये बहुत ही फ्रूटफुल होता है। धन्यवाद।
have Mr. R.R. Prasad, former ENC Doordarshan with us. He's former president of BS Society also. Let's hear from him about his experiences of the society so far. Sir.
Thank you. Actually, speaking honestly, I had been with BES or had been associated with BES since its very inception. Of course, it was. Okay. Shall I repeat it? Okay. To tell frankly, I had been associated with BES since its inception. Okay. And rather, BES was born when I was very much involved with its activity. And over the years, I think 27 years have passed. It has evolved like international platform or forum for that broadcast engineering personnel, be it equipment manufacturer, be it service provider, or be it content provider. And every year, the theme, whatsoever is chosen for the conference, is really relevant, and that provides an impetus for growth to this sector. I wish all success to this conference and exhibition of the BES. Thank you very much.
हमारे साथ हैं श्री W.B. प्रसाद जी, ये GM बेसिल हैं, ये फॉर्मर डायरेक्टर दूरदर्शन भी रह चुके हैं। आइए इनसे पूछते हैं कि इनका सफ़र BES के साथ कैसा रहा। सर।
थैंक यू। बेसिल का जो सफ़र है BES के साथ वो बहुत पुराना है। सिंस 1995 जब बेसिल बना था, उस इस्टेब्लिश हुआ था, उसके बाद से ही बेसिल जो है सपोर्ट करता रहा है BES को, और लास्ट फ्यू इयर्स में बेसिल ने स्पॉन्सर भी किया है, और साथ में मिलकर के जो स्पेस सेलिंग है या फिर जो मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं, सिस्टम इंटीग्रेटर्स हैं जो हमारे साथ एसोसिएटेड हैं, उनको भी BES में एसोसिएट किया है ताकि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा फुटफॉल्स हो सके, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग जो आ रहे हों यहाँ पे इस एक्सपो में, उनको एक्सपोजर मिल सके टेक्नोलॉजी का। इस साल का जो फुटफॉल है वो अगर कंपेयर करते हैं प्रीवियस 2020 के फुटफॉल से तो काफ़ी अच्छा है। वो आफ्टर 2 इयर्स ऑफ पैंडमिक ये अनएक्सपेक्टेड था कि इतना अच्छा एक फुटफॉल होगा। इवन जो यहाँ पे जिन्होंने स्टॉल्स लगाए हैं काफ़ी एंथू के साथ लगाया है इस साल, और कुछ नई चीज़ें भी हमें देखने को मिल रही हैं इन स्टॉलों में, जो कि एग्जिबिटर्स ने इस बार इवन जो इश्यूज़ रहे हैं पैंडमिक के बाद का, उसको ओवरकम करते हुए सपोर्ट करके चीज़ों को यहाँ डिस्प्ले के लिए लगाया है। बेसिल एक बहुत बड़ी कंसल्टेंसी कंपनी है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की, जो ब्रॉडकास्टिंग के अलावा भी बहुत सारे एरियाज़ में काम करती हैं, जिसमें टेक्नोलॉजी एक पार्ट होता है। और ये BES जो एक्सपो है, इसके साथ जुड़ने से बेसिल का भी अपने आप में एक तरह का एक्सपोजर रहता है। जो हमारे स्टाफ हैं, जो हमारे इंजीनियर्स हैं, या हमारे साथ में जो कंसल्टेंट्स लगे हुए हैं, उनके लिए एक बहुत अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म मिलता है, जो इस प्लेटफॉर्म का यूज़ करके डिफरेंट वेरियस OEMs के साथ, डिफरेंट जो है सिस्टम इंटीग्रेटर के साथ, या उनके जो कंसल्टेंट्स हैं, जो बाहर से आए हुए स्पीकर्स हैं, डेलीगेट्स हैं, उनके साथ में एक इंटरेक्शन का बहुत अच्छा सा एक प्लेटफॉर्म मिल जाता है। आई विश BES वेरी ग्रोथ एवरी ईयर। इस साल तो परफॉर्मेंस बहुत अच्छा दिख रहा है मुझे, बट आई होप कि नेक्स्ट फ्यू इयर्स में भी BES जो है और अच्छा परफॉर्म करेगा। थैंक यू।
BES एक्सपो 2023 के 27th एडिशन में आज हमारे बीच एक्सपो में सी सेंथिल राजन, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन ब्रॉडकास्टिंग है। सर, आपने एक्सपो देखा है और अपने कॉन्फ्रेंस को भी अटेंड किया है, आपका क्या एक्सपीरियंस रहा है सर? कैन यू थ्रो सम लाइट?
I think participating, this is my first BES Expo that I am participating in, and it is wonderful platform for industry and the broadcast industry stakeholders, various stakeholders to come together. And I understand more than 40 companies are also participating, which gives a glimpse of the latest technologies that are available in the broadcast sector. And further, I think we just participated in a session on community radio, which is the last mile communication for any in the communication sector, which is a very important part. So I think the panel discussions are covering a variety of topics, which include from high-end broadcasting to the last mile connectivity for a community radio. I think that way BES is an excellent platform for any broadcaster to come and see and also experience the latest technologies that is happening.
सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ टेलीकम्युनिकेशन श्री राजा रमन सर ने BES एक्सपो 2023 का, जिसकी थीम है नेक्स्ट जेन ब्रॉडकास्टिंग क्रिएट कनेक्ट एंड कैपिटलाइज का, आज आपने देखा है और वहाँ पे डिफरेंट एग्जिबिटर से बात किया है. सर व्हाट हैज़ बीन योर एक्सपीरियंस एंड व्हाट इज़ योर ऑब्जर्वेशन सर ड्यूरिंग द एक्सपो सर?
So I'm very delighted to be part of this BES show. I mean, I think they have a number of new technologies on display here, and there is tremendous potential for India to actually to bring in new technologies and new standards into broadcasting to enable us to cover more people effectively and improve the quality of coverage also. So Department of Telecommunication is very happy to collaborate with the Ministry of Information Broadcasting and support them in this grand exercise. In fact, during the discussions, I've also offered them that BharatNet, which is one of the largest fiber networks in India, covering about 220,000 villages, should also be used by the Ministry of Information Broadcasting to push in their broadcast signals so that it reaches every home in India in through all possible means. So there was also this discussion on manufacturing and the new technologies. So Department of Telecommunication would be very happy to work with MIB in actually enabling building new technology radios, inducting new technology chipsets such as direct-to-mobile broadcasting and so on and so forth. So DOT, through its Telecom Development Fund, will be able to support some of the startups who are working on these kind of broadcasting technologies also. Thank you.
Sir, how do you rate this expo and the exhibition, the conference with the government's policies of the Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat?
So today I was able to see a number of products, solutions, both software solutions and equipment which are being made in India. And I think one of them which I would like to specially mention is the direct-to-mobile broadcast chipsets, which are being manufactured by one of our good startups called Sankhya. So this is a pilot is being carried out by MIB, and DOT is providing support, and we are very happy to be part of this new technology that is being inducted into India. We also saw a lot of software solutions by like studio software and other solutions for the broadcasting industry. I mean, I think it's really exciting time for us for building India-made solutions, not only for India but also for the world. Man.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
हमारे साथ है श्री मयंक अग्रवाल जी, जो डीजी दूरदर्शन है. इसके अलावा वो प्रिंसिपल डीजी डीडी न्यूज़ भी हैं. आइए उनसे साझा करते हैं कि उनका BES का सफ़र कैसा रहा है.
ये बहुत ही अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म है और अपने आप में एक अनूठा प्लेटफॉर्म है, जिसमें कि ब्रॉडकास्ट इंडस्ट्री के जो डिफरेंट फील्ड के लोग हैं, इंक्लूडिंग टेक्नोलॉजी है, कंटेंट है, वो सब लोग एक जगह पर आते हैं. तो पहले तो मैं ये कहूँगा ये 2 साल बाद हो रहा है ये BES जो है, और सब लोगों में इतना एंथुसियाज़म है यहाँ पर, और जो नए लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी वाले इक्विपमेंट हैं वो यहाँ पर एग्जीबिशन में देखिए, एक्सपर्ट से इंटरेक्ट कीजिए. और यहाँ पर जो है बहुत सारे सेशंस हुए हैं जो कि टेक्नोलॉजी पर, कंटेंट पे, OTT, जो भी नई आपके वीडियो डिसमिनेशन और इवन रेडियो के बारे में भी जो है बहुत सारे सेशंस यहाँ पर हुए हैं. तो इट इज़ समथिंग लाइक आई वुड से इट इज़ अ कुंभ ऑफ ब्रॉडकास्ट इंडस्ट्री.
साथ आज हैं AK दीक्षित जी, जो फॉर्मर ENC दूरदर्शन हैं. ये BES के प्रेसिडेंट भी रह चुके हैं. आइए इनसे पूछते हैं कि इनका सफ़र कैसा रहा.
देखिए, जहाँ तक BES के साथ मेरे सफ़र का, तो मैंने ये देखा है कि ये जो BES से हम लोगों ने जो समय समय पर हमारी जो कॉन्फ्रेंसेस होती हैं और एग्जीबिशंस लगते हैं, इनसे हम लोग अपडेट रहते हैं इंफॉर्मेशन के लिए कि हमारी क्या टेक्नोलॉजी आ रही हैं, हमें अपने डिपार्टमेंट्स में और ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में क्या क्या चीज़ इनको इनकॉर्पोरेट करना चाहिए. तो काफ़ी हमारा का शिक्षाप्रद होता है, और समय समय पर हम लोग इसमें अपने आप को नॉलेज वाइज और इक्विपमेंट वाइज अपने आप को अपडेट करते रहते हैं। ये बहुत ही अच्छा हमारे लिए एक्सपीरियंस होता है और ये हमारे अपने डे टू डे काम जो भी हमने डिपार्टमेंट में अपना ऑल इंडिया रेडियो दूरदर्शन में किया, उसमें इसका बहुत ही हमारे को फ़ायदा हुआ है। और आगे जो भी बाहर से हमारे पास जो एक्सपर्ट आते हैं, टॉकर्स आते हैं, जो उनसे हम जब इंटरेक्ट करते हैं तो हमारे कई जो डाउट्स वगैरह होते हैं वो सब हमारे क्लियर होते हैं। इस तरीके से मेरा तो अपना पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस बहुत अच्छा रहा।
साथ है श्री अशोक भटनागर जी, जो हमारे फॉर्मर ईएनसी रह चुके हैं। आइए उनसे सुनते हैं कि उनका सफ़र कैसा रहा और उनका सहयोग बीएस में कैसा रहा। सर
धन्यवाद, आपने मुझे ये अपॉर्चुनिटी दी इस बारे में कि मैं कुछ ब्रॉडकास्ट इंजीनियरिंग सोसाइटी और जो मेरा संवाद और व्यवहार रहा है इन लोगों के साथ में, मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि ये जो संस्था है ब्रॉडकास्ट इंजीनियरिंग सोसाइटी, ये एक बहुत ही यूनिक संस्था है जिसने हमारे पूरे भारतवर्ष में, और न केवल भारतवर्ष में बल्कि देश विदेश से यहाँ पर बहुत सारे विजिटर्स आते हैं। और जो कॉन्फ्रेंस होती है और जो एग्जीबिशंस होती है उसमें भी हमारे देश विदेश से एग्जीबिटर्स आते हैं, और कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी बहुत सारे जो एक्सपर्ट्स हैं विदेशों के वो भी आते हैं। तो मेरा तो बहुत शुरू से ही संबंध रहा, क्योंकि मैं पहले डायरेक्टर भी था ऑल इंडिया रेडियो में, फिर दूरदर्शन में चीफ इंजीनियर R&D रहा, फिर